Clobberin' time!
Atomic batteries to power. Turbines to speed.
Roger, ready to move out.
Come get some.
It's clobberin' time! Clobberonimo!
Yeah, Clobberonimo. Greetings, my dear friends and clobberers and clobberonimos and clobberooskies and clobberoids and clobberologists and clobberbarians and whatever. And for those yet that do not clobber, the secret, of course, is always to bang the rocks together, guys. Clobberonimo! Yeah, love that. And boy, I miss it too. So good to be here with you tonight, folks. Apologies for being a bit late, dealing with things and stuff and issues and colds and not colds, but cold itself and all kinds of other craziness. But we are here. Welcome, of course, to Clobberin' Times issue number 420 on YouTube, 1,420 overall. Saturday night Star Trek 153 Voyager reviews with the most wonderful first officer in this or any other fleet, the amazing Commander R.M. Briggs. Hello, my dear.
Good evening, Captain. It is so good to be here. Hail to the chat. Good evening, everyone. Yeah, it's my fault we're late. We had
No,
a
it's
bit of
not.
a discussion, and Mark was with us because right now Alberta is under an emergency alert where there may be rolling power outages, which is a little bit concerning because it will be minus 44 degrees Celsius here overnight. So if you lose me tonight, folks, you'll know why. And I had to let Clobby know. So I'm not in any danger. I can actually retreat to a home where there is a wood burning stove. Hopefully I won't lose my birds. I rescue discarded birds from a rescue organization. They're usually songbirds or tropical birds. But the puppies and I and of course the hubby, we will get out if that happens, and we will be okay. So don't worry. But if I go dark, you'll know why. In American, I think that's around minus 47, maybe minus 47.4 or 0.2 Fahrenheit. That's the temperature right now. So pretty cold.
Yep.
I have some stuff to get through before we start the evening. So
Please go ahead.
let's do it. Let's do it.
Open her up.
First, I want to say hail to all of the wrenches. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. And for guiding this community, all these 735ers, all these clobberers and clobberettes and clobberooskies, you guys are just wonderful. I want to give a special shout out to my friend, Larry. I almost used his real name. I would never slip up and do that. But Larry, I love you. Thank you so much for going out on your social media today and promoting my friend's channel and this show. I just think that you are such a kind and beautiful person. Not only are you a patron of the arts and creators, authors and artists, but you're just also one hell of a friend. And I just love you very much. So thank you, sweetheart. I also want to give a shout out to Chris Persia. Larry is real name. It's okay. I know, but I almost said your full name, Larry. Sorry. And then Chris Persia. I just want to say, Chris Persia, thank you for the beautiful show posters that you make. Thank you for getting out on your social media and talking about Clobby's channel all the time and all the wonderful things Clobby is up to. You are such a beautiful friend. You are just so loyal and kind and also so talented. Thank you for using your talent to build my friend's channel and to build up his community. I just love you for it. I also want to wave hello to everyone who has joined us on X, formerly known as Twitter. Yeah, now you can watch us through X without ever even coming to YouTube. So I just want to give a wave to everyone who is passively watching on X and may actively watch on X and declare themselves in the chat. I want to wave hello to all of the lurkers. Lurkers, thank you so much for what you do for this channel. At the end of every week, it's like 200 or 300 or sometimes more people watching Clobby's shows and Clobby's channel. And I cannot thank you enough. So thank you for watching this on a rewatch. Thank you for downloading it and watching it later on your devices. Thank you for everything you do. You are so appreciated. Folks out there like, and Wes Cagle, who sometimes appears in the chat, and many of the others who we don't know your names. Thank you for everything. Are you a member yet? You should be a member because Clobby is an actual subject matter expert and he knows so much about comics and he's a Southern gentleman and he is just so kind and wonderful to spend time with. He does a member stream and that's a benefit of being a member here. Also, all of the silly emojis that you're going to see everyone using tonight, all of that is included in your membership here. So please feel free to join. Sometimes folks buy memberships here. That's how wonderful this community is. So I just want you to feel welcome to please join us in the chat or join us as members. If you're not ready for that yet, can you do me a favor? Can you please clobber that like button, hit the sub button, and hit that notification bell so you know when Clobby's on. Folks, I'm a communications and technology scholar. I studied writing in university and I write science fiction. Short story is my favorite way of writing. And I have a new book coming out. And there are some marvelous human beings who have stepped forward as my patrons to help that book get over the finish line. Because, you know, corporations, they want activists and they want activism. They're not interested in science fiction right now. As a matter of fact, most of the time they're advertising that they don't want to even see it or hear about it. So that can be disheartening. But I haven't given up on science fiction, and neither have the following people: Larry, Tony Stark, Sean Carter, Penny Lane, Shooter, Guagnar, Dave, Chris Persia, Scuba and Leslie Pete, Eric Kane, his trusty dusty dog, Kirby, Enigmatic Drop Bear, Michael and Cassandra Beacom, Mark D with the C, Anti-Derivative Jill, Jelly Jill, Maxima Redstone, JT Cook, Dabman and the Dabman Clan, Lord and Lady Thoth, and of course Lance. Please chuck some cheese in the chat for those pepperonis. Rob Altus and Tyler, thank you so much for helping me to be able to appear at conventions, for me to be able to pay for the different publishing aspects of what I'm doing. There's no way that I could do this without you, especially my full backers, Larry, and Tony Stark. Thank you so much. And last but certainly not least, I'd like to thank my wonderful best friend in real life, Mike Claudia Alonso, for creating this space for us. It was his idea 3 years ago to bring us all together for a mini Star Trek convention every Saturday night. And that's what's going to happen here tonight with these marvelous human beings who just used to be people on YouTube who we now call friends. So let's do it, folks. Let's get it on.
Yeah, well, that was excellent, as always. But let's see here. My dear friends, I'm just so happy to have you here with us tonight. I am shuffling some stuff up right now, getting things in order to make some announcements. So here we go. Where's that?
I'm a patron.
A what trend? Hey,
just doing something for pew, 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 pew.
Well, let us do some show notes and shout outs. Shall we? Good to see you all here, my friends. Really do appreciate you. So let's get you all show noted and shouted out, and then we'll get down to the beeswax at hand. First of all, big acknowledgement all month that I should have started doing at the beginning of the month. Clobbering Time celebrates Batman, Adam West, and Blake 7 month. Both wonderful shows that have shaped my life, especially Batman with Adam West and Burt Ward. They budded in January of their respective years, 1966 and 1978. And we at Clobbering Times love them and celebrate them. Without Batman 66, none of us would even be here tonight because I would not be the geek that I am. So blame that. And without Blake 7, I don't know. I don't know if I might not even be here for that either. I might not want to be here without Blake 7. So that's a big shout out to two shows that are more than just television shows to me. They're a way of life, and I love them very much. And I love you all very much for being here. So let's do some shout-outs for some program notes, shall we? Tomorrow night on the great Chief Engineers channel, Mark D with a C, Sunday Night Geekery, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. What an extraordinary individual he is. He conducts the greatest show on Sunday nights for geeking out, and sometimes he turns it into eatery, but we won't hold that against him. We'll stay with the geekery, folks. And then I will be, let's see. Sorry, I'm looking at that side there for a second. I'll be, as always, three Mondays out of the month at 6 p.m. Central, 7 Eastern at the great J-Man's channel. Our good buddy J-Man and also our great buddy Sean and I will continue in our ongoing mission to review all of the appearances in order of the Legion of Superheroes that we love very much. And then later I'll be on my own show. Let's see, it's Monday night, Mark C. Comics Talk. I'll have some random comics reviews. And then Wednesday night, on Wildcard Wednesday night, my good old buddy Salty Texas Traveling C will join me for a little Doctor Who talking and some other stuff too. Great individual, great fellow. Please check his channel out if you have not already. I'll get the link put up there when I can. So that'll be a lot of fun Wednesday night. And of course, the Clubhouse will be in session as always with another Blake 7 episode review and another Star Trek The Untold Voyages comic reviewed. And then back on, well, of course, Tuesdays and Thursday nights, I'm at the great Tom Midnight's Edge After Dark's channel as well at 6 with that great gang over there. And sometimes on Wednesday nights, I'm on Loki's channel with the Comic Book Roundtable. And every Friday night on the great J-Man's channel again at 7 Eastern, J-Man and Sean and I are just beginning our mission, and a monumental task it is. We reviewed Jack Kirby's Fourth World Classic Saga, and now we are starting on the epic Frank Miller's Daredevil run that changed comics from the late 70s and early 80s, and that is going to be quite some fun. And I'm also going to be found on my good buddy Nick Weiser's Comic Shop Talk on Friday nights. And so there's all of those places that can be found. And now, let me see if we're ready to do some shouts outies. But first, I'd like to have everybody written down, So I see a couple of more friends popped in. And then we're going to get started with our shout outs. Did I miss anybody? Let's see. Hang on a second, folks. Let's back up just a little bit. Okay, no, didn't miss anybody. All right. Oh, my goodness, we have some super chats. I was not ready for that. My goodness, thank you.
They're piling up, boss.
I'll go ahead and knock out the super chats, then we'll go ahead and do the shout outs, shall we? Let's see what we got in here. Keely Chow, member for 13 months. Says at least you have a legit reason to be like, well,
thanks, Keely. Good to see you.
I appreciate that, Keely. So sorry, but usually I don't really have a legit one, but this time I hope it's legit enough. I thank you. The great Rod Thunderheart of Calls, also member for 15 months. Thank you, Rod. Appreciate you, buddy. Ale Clobby and Raquel find See Through Love, Friar Sign Press. Please, if someone can get that link for Rod Thunderheart's book up there, I would really, really appreciate that.
Rod, you stay warm. Rod's here in Alberta with me, so stay warm.
Stay warm, buddy, and please get if you could help me out and get Rob's book up there, I'd appreciate that. Shooter, 17 months. Thank you, buddy. Hey, this member chat lets me type 50 characters. Yes, indeed. Thank you so much. Oh, Mark D, you didn't have to do that. Thank you so much for the super chat, dude. He says we need to rescue you spelled her name Rachel, but you did it on purpose, I'm sure. From Rurapinthe. Yes, we do indeed. Max Redstone for 10. Thank you, Max. You're too kind, buddy. He says, hey, all, I'm away. Here is a limerick to send a message home that'll stick and battle Romulans on the quick. And in this episode, out of the galactic commode, spews forth a holographic Dr. Andy Dick. Whoa, nice.
Maximum Redstone.
Maxie, well done, buddy. So let us begin our wait a second here. Check.
Rod, you actually went jogging today? I hope you had your mouth covered.
Wow. Dude.
You make sure that you wear your scarf. You shouldn't be breathing in that cold like that, Rod.
Yeah, be careful, bro.
Like he's like one of those guys who's super fit. He lifts.
Well, there you go. You be careful there, buddy. But I'm glad you're staying in there, man.
Yeah, he went for a run outside. Rod, what are you thinking?
Oh my goodness. Okay, first we start out with our of course, whether they're here or not, our great wrenchers, of course, get shouted out. And there is, of course, the great Eric K, the bronze wrencher, who did pop. I think Eric popped in earlier. Brother, good to see you.
I love that human.
Vindicator wrench of the Great White North, the extraordinary Chris Persia.
Sweetheart of the
Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much. Before I continue, again, as Raquel had pointed out, and I'm remiss in this sometimes, all of those who are lurking, thank you so much, lurkers. We really, really appreciate you. And if you're watching on a download or a rewatch or whatever it is called, appreciate you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And anyone out there, please, if you haven't done already, please consider subscribing and hitting that like button when you listen, if you are capable of doing so. Not necessity. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I know you're looking away from the screen, so you should please add our buddy Mazers to your show.
I did.
And also our beautiful Maria with Tea and Telly.
Oh, I do. Mazers is here. And now I know that the beautiful Maria is here.
Yeah.
All right, Maria. And it's good to see you, my dear. I hope you're doing well. Beautiful lady. Thank you for popping in to see us. I'm always honored to see you here.
And CLS Studios says, I'm fading. I'm so sorry, CLS Studios, but we're less of a show here than we are like one of those talk radio programs from the 1990s. So here it's such a big community that shouting people out is incredibly important to us. So I hope that you can make it through the shoutouts, because this is a really, really wonderful community of friends. It is truly a mini Star Trek convention every Saturday night. So I hope you make it through.
Yep, we're doing our shoutouts are very important to us because we're all here. We're big. I mean, especially for the Saturday night Star Trek show, because we're all we're big, like number one says, a big Star Trek community, if you will. Okay, let's see.
Oh, he
D-Bud
says
Martin.
he's just exhausted.
Oh, no.
It's not
I
about
understand.
us. Well, thank you, CLS
I know.
Studios.
Oh, I got you. I haven't written down too, so he gets a shout out. The great D-Bud Martin, the wrench of iron. Lord Thoth, God of the wrenches. Shout out to your wonderful better half. Avon lives, long live the Legion, my friend. And the aforementioned great J-Man, the wrench without fear. And my partner in
Yeah.
crime on Earth B, Legionnaire Extraordinaire, Frank Miller reviewer, and very, very good friend of the channel.
And author.
And Arthur. We love J-Man. Just a great fella. So one of the many wonderful friends I made in my now, I guess, 3.5, 4 years, whatever it is, on YouTube.
You're collecting Canadians, Captain.
I never even met a Canadian before I met you. And I've never really, which means physically, I don't think I've ever met a Canadian. If I have, no, I have. I've met Shatner. So he's the one Canadian I met in person is William Shatner. Anyway, so he was my first Canadian. He did Vince Mjolnir, Maddie's daddy, buddy.
In Vegas.
Stephen Kal-El, the Super
Real soup.
Wrench. The Fanty, the Phantom Outsider, the Fanty Rascally Wrencher, Hungry Boy, Master of the Claboni, Clobber Time's own music Meister, Maximum Redstone. And now I present to you for his wrenching debut at Clobber Time, at least as a recognized wrench of the show, because he's here all the time and he helps you so much. Our great friend, he has 3 names. He's old Larry.
Oh my God, he got a collector card. You got a wrench card.
Larry, buddy.
His name is actually Larry. But we say it's not enough to say his name twice. You should say it thrice. He is that much of a gentleman and a beautiful person. Yay, Larry. Larry got a card.
Yeah, buddy. We appreciate you and all you do.
So cool. Thanks, Clobby.
Sorry, such a lousy one, but I'm not good at this sort of thing. So anyway,
It's
Larry,
terrific.
you're the man.
I bet you Larry loves it.
I hope so. Oh, I tried to do a Bullwinkle, but I figured I couldn't even leave. Well, I left Rocky out because I don't know who. You're just more of a Bullwinkle to me, I think. I just see you as more of a Bullwinkle. Ooh. All right. So anyway, now let me start shouting out our other friends who were here tonight, of course. The great Mark D with a C, of course, our chief engineer, is helping us, of course.
Evening.
Empress NM. Hey.
Good evening.
FKHC 2005, buddy.
It's your birthday today, right?
Or that was yesterday. Happy birthday to the great FKH.
Yep.
C 2005, my Fairfax buddy.
Yep.
Hope you had a great birthday.
Yes. Another trip around the sun.
Yeah. Shooter.
Pew.
Good to see you, buddy. Thank you. Gwagnar.
Hey, Gwag's in Alberta too. What do you think of this rolling blackout business, Gwag?
Well, yeah. Oh, he's got the. Oh, yeah, he's going through it as well. Maria and Telly, that's too kind of you. Thank you so much. I'll do my primitive. I kind of just do mine like in a primitive type thingy, but I appreciate that offer though. I'd have to look at it. Yeah, we're very primitive here though. I can tell you that. I'm just really terrible at making those kinds of things, but that's wonderful though. Thank you, Maria. Maria, I'll shoot you a DM. Classic Comics.
CC.
What's up, buddy? Simply Steve, old chum.
Good evening.
DJ Play Nice. Our wonderful Felicianos, Raymond and Sandra. You know what they are? It's King Dolphin. Well, you do it better than me.
King Dolphin TV.
In color.
I bet you they were making out in the chat.
Baba Doom 1.
Baba Doom.
Baba Doom. What's up, buddy? Penny's here, the lovely Penny. See, I love when the ladies
Penny. Hello, beautiful.
Yes, I love when the ladies are here. Maria, beautiful lady Maria. We got beautiful Penny. And we have another beautiful lady that popped in to say hello. Mrs. Flu. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, Mrs. Flu's here? Hey.
Yes,
hey,
and Sandra,
nice
another lovely lady, Sandra. I mean, we got all kind of lovely ladies here, man. I'm proud.
The girls are coming.
Yeah, so that's great. Yeah, we love it. And here we go. We got Dave C, buddy.
Dave!
I mean, you guys are okay. Don't get me wrong. I mean, guys are all right, but
He just prefers women.
we just like ladies better. Sorry. JT Kirk.
JT Cook, he is Kira.
You know, Doc Fortune, old chum. And
what's up,
Lisa.
Doc?
Lisa, too. And Lisa's here. Lisa, love you, Lisa.
Lisa!
Not leaving Lisa out. And another lovely lady, Apollo means minion.
And the pepperoni.
Ow. Ouch. That hurt. Apollo me. Oh, my goodness. I hurt myself.
Oh, no. Be careful.
Yeah, it was pretty dumb on the end of a spiral notebook thingy. CLS Studios. I hope you're doing well. Thank you. Keely Chow, roll that tide. Oh, your tide have already rolled. You lost Saban. You'll have to get over it. You'll have to live with it. But your Cowboys will probably win tomorrow. Or maybe not. I know we're not allowed to talk sports ball here, but you know. All right. Anyway, Ray Lucard.
Evening, Ray.
The Ted Shark of apathy.
So apathetic.
Mazerus.
Maze!
Yes, Michael Beacom and another lady, Cassandra. I hope Cassandra's doing better, my friend. I hope so. Let us know.
Evening, Beacums. Hope you're both feeling better. How's the knee, Michael?
Yeah, absolutely. Rod Thunderheart. Thank you.
Rod Thunderheart.
My friend Mohammed Saeed. Hey.
Mohammed Syed. Or Saeed. I'm not
The
sure.
great Scuba Pete, another one that has a better half that's way better than him. Let's be honest. Leslie.
Love you guys.
And I'm talking, well, you know, definitely better half because, you know, he's a rascal. Good to see you, Scuba, buddy. Where are we at? Minimus is here.
Minimus.
Happy birthday to Minimus, everybody. Go and embarrass him. Today's his birthday.
It is.
Yep. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. I'm embarrassing the crap out of you.
You look like a monkey.
And you smell like one. Oh, well.
And you smell like one too.
There you go. So, wow, I didn't say that. I can't believe you said that to him. It's one thing for
it's very childish.
It's one thing for me to abuse him, but you, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I love Minimus.
I'm just, I'm offended, actually.
Well,
I'm offended for him. The great Fahor mentioned the Maximum Redstone.
Maximum Redstone.
And again, the aforementioned beautiful Maria with tea and telly. Thank you so much. So good to see you. Monkeys. Yeah, it's a monkey joke. Fleeing crap. Get it? Like it. RRTNZ.
Hey, RRTNZ.
Sean Carter's here.
Sean Carter from Mars.
Oh my goodness, another beautiful lady. This is ladies' night, and it's feeling right. 6. The
Good
super
evening,
sticker.
sexy. How are you?
Oh, you shouldn't have. Thank you so much, my dear. 6, I love you, and it's so great to see you tonight. I hope you're not wherever you are. I know you're way up there, so I hope you're not too cold tonight.
Yeah,
but
right?
I'm warming you with a big hug.
Gift. You're a sweetheart.
I'm warming you up right now, 6, with a big hug. There you go.
Right.
I love you.
And Clobby hugs are good because he's actually Clobby in real life.
Yeah, well, no, that would be bad if I were really like made of rocks. That would my hugs would hurt, and they're not. I'm made of another horrible flab. So which it doesn't look good on you, but it gives you great hugging powers.
Give me a break. You're also a giant man. I could just imagine a little tiny woman.
I am that. Yeah.
Getting hugged by a gigantic clobberer like you.
Well, I'm just exactly, and that's what I'm saying. I absolutely am the one of the greatest huggers of all time. I mean,
yay! You know, of course you are.
I mean, you have to avert your eyes to look at something that's disgusting, but you get a great hug. And I'm just saying, life is full of trade-offs.
In real life, you're cute.
No, life is full of trade-offs that way. Be honest. Let's just be nice and honest. All right, so it's down to beeswax, folks. What are we here for? Look at all this time I wasted, but hey. It is Saturday night Star Trek after all. And what do we do here? Well, just about a week ago, marked 3 years that we've embarked upon this extraordinary journey, this mission that we've undertaken, both my wonderful first officer and myself on the Starship Clubby Prize to review all of real deal Star Trek. That means, of course, 1966 through 2005, the 735 segments, as determined by our wonderful first officer, the 735 Club, the real Star Trek. So, on that faithful night of a Saturday night, all the way back in 2021, we started with Star Trek, the original cities. Thank you, Larry, for the gifting. Oh, man.
Larry, I love you, Larry. Folks, do you see that in the chat? Larry just purchased 10 memberships. If you want to be a member, now's your chance. Don't forget to thank Larry.
Thank you, Larry. Appreciate you, buddy. So we started with, of course, Bubba Doom. I hear you. I understand where you're coming from. We started with, of course, Star Trek, the original series. Then Star Trek, the animated series. Then Star Trek, the original crew films. Then Star Trek, the Next Generation. Then the Next Gen films. And then Star Trek, Deep Space Nine. And now we are smack dab in the middle of Star Trek Voyager Season 4. 4 episodes a night. Unless we're at the end of a season or something, of course. So, and we have 4 for you tonight. What we will do is I will turn the helm over to my wonderful first officer, number 1. She'll tell us about the episode, read a synopsis about what the whole basic episode was, and we will talk about it a little, and we'll all review it here. We'll give our review and our ratings, and you will give yours. And we do something a lot of places don't do. We read all of your ratings and reviews of the episode.
Yep.
So, number 1, shall we begin?
Yeah, let's do this.
All righty then. So our first episode of the evening is Waking Moments.
Yes, and Waking Moments is season 4, episode 13. If you're following along in the companion or the celebration, this is production code 182. I mentioned those 2 books because one thing you're not going to see in our chat is a huge dump of garbage trivia from Memory Alpha or from IMDb. Both are a cesspool of filth watchers, so it's just poopy diapers floating in bad information. So we don't do that around here.
Hark's here, by the way. Hark.
Oh, hooba-dooba. Somebody get the tequila. So what we do is I'm going to read the summary from wikipedia.org because it's free, it's quick and dirty, and it helps everybody be on the same page. Okay. And that's important because if folks didn't have time to watch the episode, it helps refresh their memory what the episode is about so they can go, oh yeah, so they can be a part of the conversation too. But if you're looking for production information or you're looking for trivia regarding this episode, please do not go to a user-generated site like IMDb or Memory Alpha. Both are complete and utter fetid shite. So, and this episode first aired on January 14th, 1998. So I'll be reading from Wikipedia, and sometimes it's difficult to read because it's not well wrought. The grammar is usually atrocious, but we get through it and we laugh about it. Let's get this done. The episode opens with the dream sequence of Voyager's senior staff. The two commonalities between the dreams are that they are all nightmares, and that in each dream, an unknown alien appears toward the end of each dream. Upon waking and reporting to their duty shifts on the bridge, the captain and first officer compared dreams, and when noting the common strange alien in their dreams, Tom Paris notes that the same alien appeared in his dream. Okay, so everybody will have to take a drink of tequila every time this nincompoop or group of nincompoops uses the word dream, sometimes 2 or 3 times in a single sentence. So shin kicks to that person. Please drink responsibly. At this point, it is realized that Harry Kim has not reported for duty again with the duty. It might be after failing to respond to the bridge hails, Janeway takes Tuvok to Kim's quarters in an attempt to find out why he isn't responding to hails. Upon entering Kim's quarters, they find him asleep and are unable to wake him. They take him to sickbay for further examination. The doctor explains that Kim and several other crew members are in hyper REM state, that he cannot wake them, even through medical means. The doctor advises that everyone avoid going to sleep for the time being. Again, whoever wrote this, you should go in the agony booth on Set It and Forget It. It is realized that Voyager is experiencing contact with an alien race which lives out its life in a dream state. Oh, I want to hurt whoever wrote this. I don't advocate for violence. Chakotay mentions that he has mastered a skill of his native people called lucid dreaming. Before entering a dream state, Chakotay provides himself with a trigger image, Earth's moon, that will remind him that he's still dreaming, and he can use it to restore himself to a conscious state. Suddenly, he is asleep, and in his dream, he is holding a spear, and a deer is running through the corridors of Voyager. When the deer enters the mess hall, he sees the full moon outside the window and realizes he's dreaming. A few seconds later, he sees the deer again, but it transforms into the alien. The two men fight, but Chakotay manages to subdue the alien, who expresses surprise that Chakotay can control his dream. Chakotay then forces the alien to tell him how the other crew members can wake up. The alien tells him that once they pass through their space, they will awake. Chakotay taps his hands 3 times and is instantly awake in sickbay. Upon reaching their desired destination, however, it is realized that Voyager was deceived and was actually directed to the heart of the dream alien space. First, a crew member cannot awaken, then the aliens attack. The attack occurs in the guise of crew members being put into a sleep state. The aliens take over the ship, or so it seems. The remainder of the crew are now not only in a sleep state, but they all share the same dream. Okay, whoever wrote that, like seriously, just stop writing. Just stop. Just stop. Chakotay uses lucid dreaming to escape the collective unconscious. With chemical assistance provided by the doctor, he manages to stay awake long enough to locate the planet that is generating the neurogenic field, which is keeping the crew unconscious and asleep. Unconscious and asleep.
Wow.
Ooh! He then transports to the surface of the planet and finds a large cavern where thousands of aliens appear to be in a state of sleep. He orders the doctor to target the cave with a photon torpedo and destroy it if he does not hear from Chakotay within 5 minutes. Chakotay then wakes one of the aliens and orders him to turn off the field or he will open fire. Before he can take further action, Chakotay falls asleep due to exhaustion and once again enters the dream. There he tells the aliens that they will all be killed if they do not stop this dream immediately, after which they comply and allow Voyager to proceed. The only side effect is this encounter is insomnia. Okay, to the people who write for Wikipedia, you should not ever write anything. Just stop writing. Just stop. Just stop. Clobby, after that disaster of a summary, can you please tell me what you think of waking moments?
First of all, I'd like to say, Brogu, welcome, Brogu from old hometown. Hey there.
Woo-hoo!
And look at another wonderful lady, a beautiful lady here, Princess Fiona.
Hey, Fee!
Fiona, what's up? Well, I made the mistake of watching this one too far out from when we're doing it now, because I seem to remember. Maybe I was just dreaming this, by the way. I know it's terrible. I seem to remember at least finding some of the ideas in the episode interesting. For example, the whole lucid dream. Lucid dreaming's always interested me. And these, we've seen this again. There's no real feel to the episode that's much different from anything we haven't seen 100 times already with on TNG or even on rehashed on Voyager. I found it to be at least a mildly entertaining, an episode that moved fairly well. It had pretty interesting ideas. It's relatively, again, I thought it was pretty entertaining, but beyond that, I don't have a strong feeling for it one way or the other. I thought it was just interesting mostly. I thought it was okay, but again, it's already been like 3 days since I watched it, so I may have hated it and already forgot it. It may be that forgettable. I'm not trying to be mean, or even funny, but it's not, and that's not even an insult. I'm kind of
for Voyager. This is a pretty decent episode.
I thought it was a pretty decent, entertaining episode. But then I'm thinking we beat up on these episodes so much lately. I'm going, did I just get it confused with one that I thought was okay? But it's in all seriousness, I found it to be a pretty entertaining episode.
Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, it's not without its problems. It has some issues, but it's a decent episode.
And let me go ahead and say again, thank you, Six, for that sticker. I love you. Appreciate you so much. Larry, thank you again for the gifting, the memberships. You're too kind. And Eric K, thank you for the super chat, buddy. Says Raquel said duty.
I love you, Eric.
And Michael Beacom, thank you so much. It sounds like you should be saying, please think responsibly.
And please write responsibly.
Yeah, the writing on that thing does not help. It doesn't help me, because I don't make notes like you do. I always want you're the note maker. You're the academic. You're the one that knows how to do that stuff. I'm a sticky note kind of guy. I don't even use those. So, and I forget to use sticky notes, which makes them useless.
I would love to see what your office would look like if you were doing these shows with sticky notes. That would be funny.
I don't even use them though. I don't use anything. I have them and don't use. I bought a bunch of sticky notes and I just don't even use them really. Oh, JT Kirk, thank you, buddy.
JT Kirk, oh my gosh, everyone! JT Kirk just gifted 5 Clobbering Times memberships. If you want to be a member here, if you want to hang out here, just go ahead, grab that membership, and don't forget to thank the great JT Kirk.
Thanks, buddy. And again, that's my thing about this episode. I thought it was pretty entertaining because at first I thought I was going to hate it with some of those dopey cliched scenes about, waking up, dreaming you were out in public naked. I mean, you hear that so much, but it's kind of amusing that it would happen to Tuvok is somewhat amusing. So, yeah. Anyway, notes.
Okay, so folks, if you're new here and you're wondering why does Clobby keep talking about these notes? One thing that I do when I prepare for the show is I write notes while I'm watching it, and that's because I've been watching Star Trek for over 45 years now, and it's something that I wanted to add to the show. I thought, where am I going to come from? How am I going to express myself? So I take notes while I'm watching the episodes. And I sort of use my Trekky knowledge in these notes. So here they are. They're done with a pencil and a piece of paper, old school, because I'm just nerdy like that. Nudity as humiliation is cliche. Does that sound familiar, folks? Yes, it's because, like my family says, Clobby is my Star Trek soulmate. Nudity as humiliation is a cliche, but Vulcans would not feel this type of shame, and Starfleet officers would not laugh. So it's kind of an awkward way to start, because if a Vulcan appeared completely naked, the Starfleet officers would not laugh. It's not something funny. So it's quite schoolyard. Andre, who wrote this, he really needs to, maybe grow up a little bit. We're not all 9 years old. Then we immediately transition into some junior high crushes. So we get back to that, I have a big crush again. And I don't like it. It's very, prepubescent, and I'm quite sick of it. Telepathic dream aliens are also in TNG and Deep Space Nine. So it is no surprise that Voyager will follow suit. Many 735ers here who are a part of the 735 realize that folks who have this one dedicated iteration of Star Trek often fail to realize that the reason why they're able to memorize everything that happens in their favorite iteration is because they don't watch it in linear order and watch them all the iterations, every iteration at one time or over a long period of time. Because if you do, you will quickly realize how much recycling there is in Star Trek. Not only names, but character ideas, story ideas. So yeah, we have that dream telepathic alien in TNG, and a heap and helping of it in DS9 as well. The Chakotay storyline works for me. I don't care what anyone says about, Janeway, who's, supposed to be Ripley half the time. I enjoy it when Chakotay's in charge. Problematic that Voyager can run without personnel. This is something that I find annoying because, of course, all I think about is the fact that you need a base crew to operate the Enterprise. And we know that we need a certain amount of people to operate Voyager. This is why Janeway is concerned when offered the ability to colonize the planet, that they may not be able to continue on, because Voyager is in need of at least a skeleton crew. So the fact that Voyager is running without anyone is problematic, and Andre or the editing team should have come together to solve that issue. Because there's no personnel running it whatsoever. The thing I don't like about this episode is that a Vulcan is fooled, and Spock would not be fooled. Many of you hear me say, does this pass the Kirk test? But for me, once again, I'm going to bring up the fact that this does not pass the Spock test. And I don't like the way, generally, the way that Vulcanians are portrayed on Voyager. They gut Vulcanians and make them very uninteresting. We all know that Spock would wake up, and that Tuvok is an illogical and useless Vulcan. Tuvok as a character diminishes the very concept of Vulcanians, and continues to do so by eating meat, by having strange emotions, by being a wimpy. I mean, he's physically a wimp. I mean, Yeoman Rand could kick his ass. Anyway, how does a race of aliens sleeping on the floor of a cavern sustain their existence? How would they eliminate? How would they defecate? How would they take in nourishment? When there is discussion in this episode that they exist in this dreamlike state on the regular, my eyes roll into the back of my head like I'm having a seizure. These are humanoids. They are animals. Even our pharmacology works on them, right? So I wrote that in my notes because it's very important to mention that our pharmacology works on them, because once again, the author is signaling that they are very humanoid and very close to being a human, humans. Why wouldn't the Doctor beam Chakotay out, or the aliens? Why not beam all those aliens into the cargo bay and treat them all? Just treat them all at once. So it does not make sense. And I like the fact that Tuvok cannot meditate to sleep. Once again, this is stupid. This is a copper-blooded, green-blooded Vulcanian, and as far as Vulcanians go, he is an epic effing fail. And I find his portrayal of Vulcanians to be pathetic and annoying. But other than that, these dreamlike, telepathic, dreaming aliens work on a TNG to a certain extent. They work on DS9 to a certain extent, and they work here to a certain extent. But there are a lot of problems with this script, and it needed support. It's very difficult when you are a writer and you're trying to come up with fresh ideas, so fresh you can slap them. Really great ideas each and every week, something wonderful for science fiction fans to sink their teeth into. But then it behooves the production team and the editing team to come together to really support those writers in those fresh as a daisy ideas. And that doesn't happen here. And often we hear a lot of bitching, whining, and moaning on the internet about how bad the writing is on Voyager. Well, I can definitely tell you, as somebody who studied writing in university and who has a university degree in editing, that's a part of that writing degree, you can't just blame the writers here. Writing is about different levels of support. After you've written something, it's very hard to reread it, to proofread it, to copy edit it, to substantively edit it, to find plot holes, because you're so caught up in creating the ideas. And that's why professional authorship includes a team of people who come in, reread your stuff, and give you a fresh pair of eyes to make it all come together. So be one of those people on social media who takes this production and editing team to task as much as you do these writers. And that's all I have to say on this episode, boss man.
Dadman is here. Dadman, the Dadman Clan. Good to see you, buddy.
Dadman Clan.
Hey, and Parker Luck. Hey, Parker.
Hey, Parker. And Professor R2.
Professor R2, what's up, buddy? My friend. Good to see you all. Thank you all for being here tonight. Okay, well, yeah, it's like I say, yeah, again, it was mildly entertaining. At least it was some interesting ideas. I've always been fascinated by lucid dreaming and the fact that
Yeah.
they kind of address that a little bit in this one. So, what is your rating of waking moments?
Waking Moments is a C plus. If it would have passed the Spock test, and there would have been more care and consideration in shepherding this idea in to where it needed to go, I think this had a potential to actually be an A. But I have to give it a C plus because it is eroding the conceptual design, the pretend universe we already have in our heads. Thanks to Leonard Nimoy and thanks to the Holy Trinity, thanks to Gene L. Kuhn, thanks to DC Fontana, thanks to Gene Roddenberry, we have an idea of who Vulcanians are, and so to erode that idea is a no-no. It detracts from the story a great deal. So I can only give it a C plus, boss.
I too give it a C plus. I mean, we got the same exact kind of reaction to the episode for sure. So absolutely agree with everything you said. And there you go. So, my friends, now I will ask, this is a part for if anyone's new here, where I ask our wonderful friends in the audience and you in the chat, of course, to give any review or, excuse me, like rating, and any words you may have about the episode Waking Moments. Go. Number one, we'll collect those. And let's see. Let's see. Max could not be here tonight, so
Oh, and while you're saying that, I should also say that Enigmatic Drop Bear is on an away mission.
yes.
But he wanted all personnel on board to know that everything is fine. He's just on an away mission. He's going to watch on a rewatch, and he'll
Yes.
be back next week. So if
Right.
you're wondering where ED is, Enigmatic Drop Bear,
Right.
the erudite bear, he is on an away mission and has checked in with his superior officers, everyone.
Yeah. Well, that's again, ED, if you're listening to this later, we miss you as always, my friend, but just glad you're doing well and hope everything's great, and can't wait to see you whenever you can make it back over. So big shout out to our great friend Enigmatic Drop Bear, who is always missed and always valued. So let's see. Let's go ahead and we'll get started. Because I think we got enough collected up now to get started. We have the wonderful Lisa. Lisa says C. She gives the episode of Waking Moments a C, and she says best part was Harry was attacked by Seven. Oh, that dream was so powerful, and Seven did such a good job that poor Harry missed his shift. Unfortunately, the resolution was incredibly weak for this episode. I got you covered, Lisa. Let's see. JT Kirk says he gives it a ZZZ minus, or a Z, maybe fell asleep. He said, "What a nightmare! What a night with this. This one is a real snoozer from the inception. The shields would block the alien broadcast signal, unless, of course, it is echo, in which case the crew is completely ski-rooted." Well, there you go. Not a big fan of this episode is our buddy JT Kirk. Alrighty then. The great Eric K says B. Liked it, but it did not stick the landing. Chipotle teaching the crew how to wake with no training weak. Tuvok should have mind melded with Chipotle too in the same dream. Why does Chipotle's hang on, find a second one. Why does Chipotle's his tribe hunt? Why does Chipotle's tribe hunt with spears?
Yeah, that I found that problematic, and I also thought that it was weird that he envisioned the moon, because remember, Chakotay is not from Earth, right? His particular tribe is on another planet that is on the Cardassian border, right? So I thought that was weird too. I try to overlook it. I try not to be too nitpicky, but I did not like him with the spear because
Right.
he doesn't kill things. And also because of that moon thing. Why would he be thinking from an Earth perspective when he was born and raised on the, or I'm not sure if he was born, but I know he was raised on that in the neutral
Right.
zone or the shared territory next to Cardassia.
They are not cave people. Use an Atalati. Atalato. I'm not sure what that is. Atalati, whatever. At least, why didn't they have the doctor beam him back before the torpedoes? Hang on.
He uses voice to text, just so you know.
That's fine, but I don't see his third one.
Oh, should be there. Where did you go? No, it's not up yet.
Okay, that's fine. We'll get it when we can get it there, Eric, buddy. Raymond Feliciano said C. Princess Fiona said, I liked the episode much better when Stargate SG-1 did it, and even better when Roger Zelazny wrote it. Vulcans are doomed to get embarrassed. Embarrassment is exactly. The embarrassment thing's ridiculous.
Yep. See, if we didn't like it either.
Yeah, I'm like, why would he be embarrassed? Be like, nudity is nothing. It would be nothing, like you said, to a Vulcan. It's just.
You got vaporized?
Did you?
Why did they vaporize Eric?
I don't know. Wow.
Baby, put that up again. I don't have it. The last one that I'm showing on this side is you saying I posted it strange, but before that is Parker Luck, and I have nothing from you after 2 of 3.
Wow, I'll go finish with Fiona real quick then. Wow, this is hardly one of the worst Voyager episodes. It suffers from lost potential. Many eps have no potential in their premise. Yes, the potential of Vulcans here, the portrayal of Vulcans here is insulting. Indeed, Fiona. The resolution is insulting. Just because I think she means some native gets high on peyote doesn't make them a dream master. It made me disproportionately angry. So D cliched and gives it a D, cliched and stereotyped. Got you covered, okay. Fiona. Thank you,
Boss Man. Just so you know, Eric got zapped after he tried posting it again. So please just wait. Two wags of a puppy's tail, please.
If you want to send it to me on Twit, you can.
Just hold on. No, I think you already sent it to me.
Okay.
We talk a lot. Okay, 3 of 3 for Eric is, how come Chipotle did not bring a phaser rifle and shoot everything in the cave? The crew is at stake here. They have been killing everyone. Destroy the enemy. And he's right.
Yeah. Well, hell yeah.
I don't know why he got zapped. I love you, Eric.
Rob
Altus just walked through the door. Rob!
Oh, wow. Rob, what's up, buddy? Good to see you, my friend. I hope you are doing well, sir. All right, let's see here. Simply Steve says rating C-. Alt titled waffling moments. Or was it waffling? Yeah, waffling moments, I think. Tuvok would have been an outcast. Sleep deprivation is bad, but being in a coma is worse. No chicken man driving the ship was good as well. There you go. Thank you, Simply Steve. We'll see. Michael Beacom says B-. An exploration of a science fiction concept with no A and B plot and real ideas. Had to check the disc to make sure I was watching Voyager. This was a decent attempt that needed to be refined. Yeah. Let's see. I'm not finding your number 2. Michael Beacom says it says 1 of 2. I don't see it.
I'm checking now. There's something weird going on in the chat.
It says that was at 10:03 or 9:03 your time, I guess.
Yeah, I don't have anything from Michael Beacom after that. So just wait one
Wow.
second. Let me just
Well,
refresh the chat.
I'll keep this one and I'll go to another one.
I thought it was weird that they weren't piling up like quickly, because usually they pile up quite quickly.
Chris Burgess said C. Gives it a C. Weird.
Oh, and he's reposted it, and it's still not here. Oh, and Turing Machine just walked through the door.
Hi, Turing Machine. Welcome, my friend. Good to see you.
Yeah, it's not here. It's the same thing is happening. The same thing just happened to Eric.
What is wrong with YouTube tonight? Jeez.
I don't know.
Can't be that bad with the writing. Well, Zathra said, F, I missed the first hour, but I just know it. By the way, Babylon 5 is better than any of this crap.
And
Well,
I have to say hello to Zath. So here we go, folks. Crap.
Well, I didn't know Zathras was here till now. So, Zath, buddy, good to see you. And, of course, Babylon 5 is better. Who would even dispute that? Let's see. Parker Luck says, Waking Moments gets a C- other than Harry's dream is oddly wonky, is my share of a comment. Okay, dope. All right. Well, thank you, Parker. Got you covered. I don't know what happened, Michael.
It's not here.
Crazy towns.
Can you come over to the live folder and just have a look and see?
Sure.
But it's not here for me, boss, and neither is Eric.
No, I believe you. I'm looking at it now. Let's see.
Yeah, honey. I can't see it. It's not here.
I see his first one.
Yeah.
And wowzer. I just...
It's not here, boss.
Yeah, I'm
I've
sorry,
been through
Michael.
it 5 times.
No, it's not there. It's not there, honey. Michael,
Eric,
sorry
Eric
about that,
says
buddy.
YouTube is being naughty.
I mean, good Lord, YouTube. Did I see...
Ooh. Something just popped up. Hold on. Yeah, Princess Fiona. This is the thing that like I get annoyed, right? Like last week, the Voyager can run without a computer. And this week it doesn't need a crew. What? And Michael's 2 of 2.
All right, let's see. All right, Michael Beacom's number 2 is right here. The rewrite to explain why the aliens felt they had to attack our crew from over a light year away was needed. That's a good perk. Yeah. The great Scuba Pete says B-. And Linux. Sweet dreams are made for this. Tuvok Nikki. I'm not doing it. Ugh. Bormanis, I disagree. Kim travels the turbo lift. 7 is on her knees. I can't do it, but I appreciate the effort. But Chipotle smacking his wrist, looking for something. I'm sorry to let you down, Scuba, buddy.
That was excellent, Scoob.
One day I'm just going to have you come on here and just let you do it.
The professor of pun, the great Scuba Pete, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, buddy. It was well done, though. I love it. Larry says no bloody A, B, C, or a D. Well, it means it's an F.
I think that's what it means. He also suggests that we put the HAL 9000 on Voyager so the crew can be taken care of.
Yeah. Well, I'm all for that. Shooter says B+. 1, 2, Freddy's 1, 2, Freddy's coming to you. That I remember. That I know. Freddy's coming for you. Okay. It's not quite Elm Street, but the similarities can not be denied. Sure.
Does the timeline work for that?
I don't know. What do you mean?
Were the Freddy Krueger movies out at?
They were way before that. They were, they were
okay.
steeped into the culture of the 80s. So yeah, so these writers would have been into that sort of thing. What is with the tool in Balana's shite? Oh, the tools thing. Yes, she's got the pocket protector now.
It's because she's pregnant. She was pregnant in real life, so they decided to give her like this working smock. It doesn't work. Everyone knows that she's pregnant.
Yeah, she was pregnant.
Like, everyone knew while we were watching it, and everyone knows now. So yeah,
I only just assumed it. Didn't know if it was true or not, but I assumed it. Must be the case. Never seen that before in Federation uniforms, and you never will again, probably. This is a step. Oh, this is step in the right direction. It is good to see the after effects, albeit briefly, from a traumatic event like this. On the whole, a solid episode. Okay. Yeah, it's all right. I agree. JT Kirk says, he's after 17 months a member. Thank you, buddy. Let's see. Why do I always have to go looking for this when you think? Oh, there we go. This is for you, JT Kirk, and thank you for being a member for 17 months. Thank you, buddy. Let's see here. RRTNZ says, review of Awaking Moments. Inception is one of my favorite films. I like dream within dream stories. As such, I enjoyed it. Good pacing. Beltran is a bit too calm, but likable in the episode. A solid B. Thank you, RR. Appreciate that. The great Bubba Doom says, C+. It was a fun episode. Chipotle still bothers me. That's me though. Tuvix would have figured it out sooner. While I'm going down this road, do you suppose Paris or Mrs. Columbo ever dream of their salamander?
And don't forget, those weren't just salamander babies. Those were declared a far superior life form. So not only did they leave their children behind, but they left behind their superior offspring.
Do salamanders dream of electric baby sheep or whatever? I don't know. I don't know, sir. I don't know. Professor R2 says, C Manius. There was at least an attempt to tell a genuine science fiction story and include real character moments, even if some of them are kind of dumb, and some details, and the ending let it down. I'm totally with you on that one. It was honestly entertaining, at least I thought. Also, Tuvok must have a really low opinion of Starfleet if he thinks they laugh at him if they saw him naked. Look at this. People laugh. Yeah, they laugh at Tuvok. They laughed at Spock sometimes when he got all serious-y and stuff. But so what? I mean, humans do that sort of thing. Mark D with a C, the chief of engineering, says B-. Episode held my attention more than I thought it would have, despite the lack of Freddy Krueger. Tim Russ seems to know more than the writers. He noted Vulcans probably don't have the same hang-ups humans have about being naked. So my take on that, as the actor playing a Vulcan, was to concentrate on playing Tuvok's reaction to breaching protocol by being improperly out of uniform. Poor Harry Kim. Guy can't seem to catch a break or stay asleep to resist 7.
This is starting to piss me off now.
They did tell a science fiction story, but R.M. Briggs tells the best science fiction stories.
Thank you so much, JT Kirk. This is starting to piss me off now. Like Gwagnar's is gone as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Value of Nothing's here, though.
Yeah, Value of Nothing is here. But where is Gwagnar?
I don't know. He had one too?
Yeah. He was like, where did mine go? And I'm looking and it's not here.
I'm sorry, Gwag.
This isn't funny. This is really bad.
That Value of Nothing says D, by the way. I think I fell asleep watching this episode. Well, good one. I can't tell if you're serious or not, since it works well as a joke. Get it? Because it's about sleep. Anyway. Gwag, I'm sorry, dude.
Weird.
If you want to rewrite it again, give it a shot. I'm
all the way back at 56 minutes past the hour. There's nothing here. That's back when I was doing my notes, because Simply Steve said Raquel is the scribbler.
Don't see.
He's not here at all. Like at all.
Wag, anytime any of you, those who are
please
on the X, those who are on the X or the Twitwats and are in contact with me on there, you can feel free to send me. You hear me all right? To send me anytime something like this happens. If you want to send me what you have to say.
I just can't believe that Gweg's not here at all.
My second sentence: how were the aliens able to live in their caves? These things have to be addressed. Yes.
Yeah, Michael, like that's what I was saying, like why are they wearing clothing then? How would they eliminate and defecate? How would they receive nourishment? This is weird.
That's crazy.
And Gweg got zapped.
You mean his comment?
Yeah, he's like, this is ridiculous.
I'm sorry, Gweg. If you want to, I'll be happy to read yours if you want to send it to me.
Yeah, Gweg, you can also send it to me on
or either one of us
on Twitter. I would you're a friend of mine, like in real life. So, I'm not happy this is happening, especially because this is the third person this evening.
Yeah.
Weird.
Wow.
I hope you still have it, Gweg. If you've got it, honey, can you DM it to me on Twits?
Yeah. By the way,
resistance is futile.
Oops.
Did you see that? Gweg has posted it a bunch of times, he said. A bunch.
A bunch of times. That's crazy. Now I got to see what it is. If you could send that to me, Wagger, please. Yeah, I see.
Yes,
this.
I can see this one.
Oh, we see your normal stuff. Apparently, we just don't. So I tell you what, if you'd send that to me, at least I'll know what it is. It helps me. I don't know if it helps so much, but I would like to have an idea of something that they would consider blasting.
Yeah, like what are they saying we can't post?
Yeah, I mean, they're only words, for God's sake. I mean, they're not. I know you're not writing the F word. In fact,
no,
even if you were, the point is, I see the F word go in chats all the time. I see people curse in chats all the time. So it's even if you were cursing, that's not. So this is just weird.
Chris can't see it either. Chris said that he sees us like he sees Gweg's conversation, not his reading.
Yeah, it poofed. I mean, it's out of here. There's no question about it. So I would like to see what that is, Gweg. If you feel like it, you don't have to. I don't feel obligated. But if you want to send that to me, I would like to see it. I'd be happy to read anything. As you know, Gweg, dude, we'll read anything you ever want us to read. I mean, we trust you. We trust all of you. I mean,
yeah.
And we know you wouldn't write anything. See, that's what I'm saying. This is not like you're some newbie that we don't know writing some crazy stuff, because we get some crazy stuff sometimes.
Yeah.
And they're all friends here. You're here all the time.
Yeah, but Gweg is from Alberta and sent me my Legion ring. He's our friend, and he isn't just like some weirdo off the internet. Like, he's our buddy. So I don't understand why they're zapping him.
I mean, and then but JT said it's pretty funny that 5 seconds of resistance of futile made my mom turn off the TV on my dad, and I back in the 90s.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Flu, and thank you, Chris Persia, and thank you, Shooter. Thank you for everyone who's checking in with Gweg. Love you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, thank you all. And we're all on the same team here, folks, as the great Christopher Reeve said. We're all part of the same team. So
Mark, look, 42, just checking.
Yes, indeed. Okay, here's the abbreviated version. Your grade C-, Trekception. Oh, Trekception. Oh, yeah, because Inception. See my episode poster. Okay.
He has a cool episode poster that he posted to Twits.
Okay. I'd like to see that. But look. So I guess we'll go ahead and get on to the next episode, though, right? I mean, is everyone ready?
Yeah.
Maybe we'll have better luck with the next one, folks.
Yeah. And maybe if Mark doesn't mind, maybe Mark could grab, if you could please snag that poster that Gwaggy made. I would really appreciate it.
Why is YouTube bad tonight? Did Clobby pee in someone's cornflakes? I try not to wee in anyone's cornflakes. Now, Frosted Flakes, or Rice Krispies, I've been known to, to see one of those and not be able to resist.
Just not in
tinkling it
Captain
there.
Crunch.
Not no, I would never do that to Captain Crunch.
Don't
Now
do that to Captain Crunch, okay?
cornflakes, yeah, I might actually do it because I like Frosted Flakes better because they're more sugary.
Maybe Weetabix.
Yeah, I would. Oh, now Cheerios, I would definitely take a shot at some of those. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Members for 470 months. Eric says Clobbies, a Wesley Shrine offended YouTube, and they are mad. The thing is, the only thing wrong with your theory, Eric, if I did have such a thing, they would love it because we know this YouTube wieners like Wesley. So now they're really mad at me. They're going to come after me big for that one.
Your dad likes Cinnamon Toast Crunch, Chris? Chris, I love it when you talk about your dad. You were such a wonderful son.
Fiona said, that same moment made my dad record over my birthday party tape in the VCR. Oh, my goodness.
Good stuff.
Good stuff. Oh, all right. Well, let's move on to the next one, my friends, and just put this old nasty business behind us. How about that?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Our next episode is Message in a Bottle.
Mm-hmm.
Starring
Message in
Andy
a Bottle
Drick.
is season 4, episode 14. If you're following along in the companion or the celebration to get production information, it is prod code 181. This episode first aired on January 21st, 1998, and some of us have been watching it since then. With some regret sometimes. Let's stay copyright compliant, shall we?
Here, folks. All right.
Let's stay copyright compliant, shall we? I am going to be reading from Wikipedia, the user-generated sucky encyclopedia. And this is a really long summary. Whomever is the editor or group of editors who is taking care of Wikipedia, seriously, man, this episode, it's supposed to be a summary, not a first-term essay for a first-year university class. 7 of 9 uses the newly extended range of Starship USS Voyager's sensors to locate an unattended network of alien sensor stations. Patching into this, she is able to locate a United Federation of Planets vessel in the Alpha Quadrant. Hoping to contact Starfleet after more than 3 years in the Delta Quadrant, Voyager's crew attempts to send a message along the relay, but it is reflected back after degrading en route. Thinking that the holographic signal would not degrade, they send the Doctor, Voyager's emergency medical hologram. The Doctor arrives in sickbay on the USS Prometheus, a secret experimental Federation warship. He learns from a dying crewman that the Romulans had learned of the prototype and captured it, killing all on board. Being pursued by the USS, whatever, I have no idea, that's a French word. The Romulans initiate the first test of the new multi-vector assault mode in which the Prometheus splits into 3 pieces to engage hostile ships. Bonchune? I don't know. I'm unfamiliar with that word. Look, I don't know everything, okay? And neither do you, even if you Google it. Seeking assistance, the Doctor activates the Prometheus's EMH, Mark II, which winds up being Andy Dick. The Doctor learns that the other EMH of the Dominion War, which the Federation is fighting in and Romulans have not entered. The second EMH cites protocol for the EMH to deactivate when its vessel is taken over, but Voyager's Doctor notes that they cannot do so as both ships are at risk. Oh my God, the writing is so bad. The Romulans do not view EMHs as threats. Using the pretense of an infection on board, the Doctor goes to the bridge to open the atmospheric filters to flood the ship with anesthetizing gas. The ruse fails, but when he is captured and interrogated, the Doctor keeps the Romulans stalled long enough for the EMH Mark II to fool the ship's computer into opening the filters, permitting the distribution of the gas. Just as they take control, Prometheus is intercepted by 3 Romulan, I don't know how to say that word, class warbirds. Does anybody know how to say
Warship?
Dex?
Never heard of it. Where's our Wolfie? We need Wolfie.
I don't care what. Stop using stupid words. Unfamiliar. Well, let's just see what let's see what this word. Let's see what it says.
Yeah. By the way,
Oh, it's a completely made up word according to this dictionary. Unfamiliar with the helm and the weapon systems, the two EMH programs failed to fool the Romulans into leaving before 3 more Starfleet vessels arrive. In the ensuing battle, all 6 other vessels target the Prometheus. The EMH Mark II stumbles upon the command to put the ship into multi-vector assault mode. Prometheus overpowers and destroys one of the Romulan warbirds. The Romulans retreat, and a Starfleet security detail arrives aboard. On Voyager, the crew has learned that the sensor array was not abandoned, but is claimed by the Hirogen, who announce themselves and demand that Voyager disconnect at once. Janeway tries to negotiate, but the Hirogen officer is unwilling. 7 of 9 buys time to await the doctor's return by stunning the officer with a feedback loop. The doctor returns via the array with good news. He has briefed Starfleet headquarters about Voyager, the first time Starfleet has heard of the vessel since it disappeared 3 years earlier. Voyager has been removed from Starfleet's list of destroyed ships, and a message sent back, "You're no longer alone." Starfleet will attempt to help Voyager and will tell the next of kin that the crew is alive. Okay, that was ridiculous and way too long. We didn't need that. Daradex. Daradex. Yeah, just say Warbird, right? Simply Steve. I hate it when authors are super pretentious, and there's nothing that there seems to be no one more pretentious than pseudoscience fiction authors, especially when they use Latin. You know what I mean? Like, wasn't it just last year that the Vatican was complaining that fewer than 100 people worldwide speak Latin? But you wouldn't think so if you watched a YouTube video or Star Trek. New Star Trek shows. It's just loaded, chock full of Latin. It's just ridiculous. Anyway, Bossman, please tell me, what did you think of Message in a Booty?
Well, I don't know. I thought it was kind of goofy, fun. Didn't make a lot of sense, really. But I don't know. Only Robert Picardo could be entertaining in such a mess. Only Robert Picardo could make Andy Dick funny, at least, because I don't like Andy. It's not as bad as having to see Sarah Silverman or anything. But Andy Dick, oh god, what are they thinking?
I don't know.
He was big at the time. There was a show. What was the show he was on? Hey, Kronos Godwisen.
Hey, Kronos, nice to see you. And didn't Andy Dick find himself in a lot of trouble? Didn't he actually commit? Didn't he allegedly commit a crime?
He was. I don't pay attention to a lot of that kind of stuff, but if I remember correctly, he has been in trouble before.
Yeah.
And I'm not much of a fan. And he was on News Radio. It was a show called News Radio, and he was on a lot of stuff. And the guy was nuts. And I don't know where he is now, what he's doing now, nor does anyone really care, right? He was a world-class drug addict, big time. Yes, that's true.
Yeah, but he's chock full of problematic behaviors. So it's just weird that he found himself on Star Trek. You know, after Seth MacFarlane begged to be on Star Trek and couldn't get on, and you know, in the minute that Gene passes away, we have somebody like Andy Dick on the show. Yeah,
this was like still somewhere in the mid-90s. I don't know if MacFarlane was known much at that point, but. Yeah, and again, it was interesting to see Judson Scott as a Romulan of all things.
It was so good to see Judson Scott.
Good seeing him, yeah.
Yours is a superior.
His third time in Star Trek. So yeah, I thought I don't know, it was kind of a cute idea. I didn't really mind it that much. I thought it was fairly entertaining and pretty innocuous. So I don't have much against it, but I know you're just thrilled with it. I don't have a lot to say about it either, because I'm pretty much starting to come to having sort of like a come to Jesus moment with Voyager, to where it's never going to really get me going. Yeah, I'm really excited about how great it is. Or now, unless it really aggravates me, I'm not going to get all excited about how stupid it is. I'll be like, yeah, that was fun. Yeah, it was kind of, hey, I actually remember what happened, and I watched it all of 3 days ago. That's not bad. Hey. So, yeah, I mean, again, but I've always thought this episode was kind of cute. Again, because of Robert Picardo. He's just terrific.
Yeah,
Anyway,
Robert Picardo is marvelous. I adore him.
yeah.
And when you hear my notes, you're gonna be like, Raquel, we always say the same things.
Oh my goodness. Well, go for the notes. And look who's
Jilly's
here.
here. Jilly's here.
Jilly. We'll go for your notes for
Okay.
Message and a Beetle.
I am confused, and I'm being facetious. If the Doctor is downloaded into the transceiver array, why is he wearing his mobile emitter upon transport?
Oh,
Then
was
he's
he really?
not wearing his mobile emitter. So I don't understand. Why did they transport him with his mobile emitter and then he appears on the other side without his mobile emitter? It's just weird.
Well, the mobile emitter is actually it wouldn't transmit. There's no way it would be.
No, it would probably fall on the transporter pad,
Right.
but it's just so weird that they did that in that scene. It's like,
Oh, okay, yeah.
I saw his mobile emitter. He was wearing his mobile emitter on the, but folks,
But no, I got you.
it's important for me to say too, though, that I have been watching Star Trek in chronological order ever since it's been possible to do that. And I do it starting on January 1st. And then I watch all 735 iterations over the year, which is, 2 to 3 hours of Star Trek a day. And I usually do it when I'm exercising.
No,
but anyway,
gotcha.
It's just something I noticed. It's just, once again, some crappy editing. Yeah. Anyway, yours is a superior. Judson Scott. So nice to see him. Why does the Doctor stay active when the Prometheus Doctor calls for the EMH deactivation? So they both should have been deactivated when he did that. I do like that they use McCoy's leech line and that they talk about McCoy
Leonard
being
McCoy's
the
comparative
lead.
alien phys. Yeah.
Yeah, and they also cite one of his studies, one of his doctoral manuscripts, which I think is super cool.
Yes.
The Hirogen First Contact, we get a soft intro to the Hirogen. I do love all of the scenes of the falling Romulans. I think it's quite cute that Robert just keeps walking over to them and letting them fall on their faces. I think that's super cool. And then I wrote in my notes, I love Robert Picardo. I do. He can carry an entire episode. And I know Gene wasn't a big fan of the comedy episodes, but I do. I just love Robert Picardo. And whether he's playing it serious or whether he's just joking around, he's marvelous on screen. I do adore this human. I love that Seven electrocutes the Hirogen. I love that whole scene. I love the look on her face. I love the fact that she doesn't even crack a smile. And it reminds me of this psychological study that I watched when I was in university, where I forget the full setup of it, but in university we watched this psychological experiment where people were told that people were doing bad things, and then they could opt to give someone an electric shock or not opt to give them an electric shock. Anyways, I forget all of the trappings. I forget all of the details, but it certainly reminded me of that. And and I just love that she does that. She electrocutes them. It's cool. Yep. That's some dark humor, but who cares? I never bought the idea that there is only one copy of the Doctor. So this shines some light on the fact that I don't believe that there would only be one copy of the Doctor. His program would be stored and would be reproducible unless otherwise corrupted. So I don't buy the fact that the Doctor that has to, have all of these algorithmic tentacles within the main computer in order to access information, scholarly information, different tests, measurements, all of these things, plus all of his algorithmic information for treatment. And I just don't buy that he's an isolated program. I just don't. And I don't think that Bangway should have sent him, and there should have been a lot more consideration there. This is a comedy episode. I don't hate it, but I certainly don't love it either. And once again, it has a lot of mistakes. This is for general viewing. This is not for a science fiction fan, because of course a science fiction fan would pick this apart until you would almost never want to watch it again. So no, this is normie viewing, and as far as normie viewing goes, goes, it's a C plus for me, but it's certainly not for nerds, geeks, or hardcore Trekkies. And that's about all I have to say about Message in Your Booty.
Well, I guess I became the normie because I thought it was mildly entertaining and gave it like a B plus. I thought it was pretty for this show. You know, it is, after all, at the end of the day, yes, it's not always hardcore science fiction, unfortunately, which I love. But it is also entertainment. And if you write an episode that doesn't, aggravate me too much, and we get a performance out like we did out of Picardo and some funny bits here and there. Like you said, Trek, it's funny how we always talk about this. Original series had a grand total of 3 comedies, maybe 3.5, whatever. And all the other shows have like too many damn comedies. Although this, I don't know, Voyager probably didn't have as many as DS9 did.
Mm-hmm.
But as comedies go, it's pretty innocuous, and I enjoyed it. So I gave it a B plus. Now, my friends, if you could come across with your opinions on the episode, your ratings, and your words, we are ready for you. Go, the word is given. There we go. I don't have any limits for Max for everybody, but I did want to eat some candy. So I'm hungry. I can't help it. There we go. Sorry about the quiet. Number one is starring your
Yeah, I always mute my mic because we also have folks that are sensitive to sounds in the chat. So, and I have a broadcasting mic in my office, so you would hear click, 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 click. So if everybody wonders why I go quiet, that's the reason.
Good.
Sorry, everyone.
No, you're good. Jill said, I agree with this because he's programmable, therefore downloadable and reproducible. RRT and Z said, met Picardo in 2015 at a con. He was hilarious. I got a photo with him and my wife. Great guy, and he carries a lot of the show. Glad the writers clued into this in later seasons, says RRT and Z. Yes. Absolutely, ishness. Value of nothing said, C. Picardo is as great as Deke is repulsive. I'm going to watch how I say his name. J.T. Kirk says B plus. A pretty good episode. That's a turn your brain off bit of fun. The new ship really makes this one for me. A shame we don't get to see it do any science fiction-y stuff. Not only that, it never. I don't think they ever mentioned it ever on DS9. They just made up a prototype ship for the Dominion War so they can do this episode. Why wasn't? Or look, you DS9 out there who you pay a lot of attention to it more than I do, like our buddy like Steve or Stephen Kell, or maybe you two, Shooter. I don't know. Did they ever show this in any of the battle scenes on DS9? Oh, I don't know. Shooter says A minus. Okay, the rationale for sending the Doctor is weak, but it is a fun episode. The new EMH is annoying, though. Imagine being stuck in deep space with a dyke for months at a time. I'm not sure I did that well. Hang on, shoot. Where's your number 2? Oh, there we go. Okay. Neelix's cooking puts the crew into sickbay. Yep, that tracks. When the Doctor was transferred from astrometrics, what happened to the holo emitter he was wearing? I don't know. Don't really know, sir. Where's my... Hang on. Shoot. Oh, there he is. There's 3. New ships, some combat, what's not to love, and a new alien threat and contact with Starfleet. Whoa. In contact with Starfleet. Things are looking up. There we go. All right. Raymond says, B, as long as you can leave your brain at home, this is kind of entertaining. I love that they finally know Voyager's status. Yeah, I do too. Raymond, I like that part about it. That was kind of a new direction for the show a little bit. The Harrigan are intriguing. And yes, we'll be talking about that a little bit, won't we? Thank you, Raymond. Empress and M, C+. Andy Drick is a decent foil for the Doctor, and admittedly, I laughed often, which makes me feel dirty for some reason. Otherwise, a silly and fun episode. Target Romulans. Is the only time we ever see Romulans on Voyager?
I don't remember, but I just love that he admitted to feeling dirty after liking it.
You'll be okay.
What a great comment, Emperor's NM.
Indeed.
Oh, God.
Zathra says D. Why would Starfleet test an experimental ship near Romulan space? That's a good question. Duh. By the way, there are 2 reasons to allow Andy Drick on a starship, and neither are good. Wow. Yeah, I thought that would go over big, him being on this episode. Simply Steve says, D+, alt title, Massage in a Bubble. Again, I ask, how do you capture a hologram? Never heard of a Fed ship splitting into 3 parts. 2, yes, thoughts are in the second bridge, but not 3. But never see the concept again. Yeah, this is like a one-off thing. RRTNZ says, my review. Message in a Bottle, my favorite police song. And any Doctor Saves the Day. Any Doctor Saves the Day episode is a thumbs up for you. Okay. Picardo is so good he makes Andy Drick tolerable. Great to see Judson Scott in another Trek role. EMH2 is still irritating. The entire premise relies on absurd convenience, not contrivance. Sorry, Rich seeing Torres lecture 7 on manners. Yeah, well, that's true. That is kind of funny. Her lecturing anybody on manners.
Right?
Wow. Pot kettle black. So, multi-vector assault mode is like a cool 80s robot anime trope. Decent battle scene, a good soft intro for Hirogen. Overall, a fun but really dumb episode B+. Thank you, RR. I'm right there with you on that one. Our Professor R2 says D. Numerous other episodes contradict the whole concept of this episode. The Doctor's program is supposed to be enormous and integrated into the ship. It's not copyable or transferable. Let's see. The idea that his matrix could be transmitted more easily or reliably than other data is absurd. The comedy in this is mostly cringe, and the choice of Andy Drick is mystifying. He was just big at the time, probably friends with those other degenerates, on the show. DS9 has too many Mirror Universe episodes. 1 would have been too many. I agree with you on that one. I don't like those at all. Turing Machine says, the portable holographic emitter thing always bugged me. I kind of hate it, if I'm honest. It does not make a lick of sense. There you go. Well, it is 29th century technology. You got to love that. Maybe not. Fiona. Princess Fiona says, signal degraded. What are they using? A effing ham radio? That's now how subspace works. That's not. Oh, I'm sorry. That's not how subspace works. Okay, that's not how digital signals work. And at this point, the TV was in pieces. Wow. Poor Fiona's TV. The dogs were freaking out, and a look of fear on my husband's face indicated I was looking at the next 10 years in a rubber room with a tiny window overlooking a canning factory. Oh, man.
An angry Irish woman? You don't say.
You rock, Fiona.
Oh, Claude Sowling just walked through the door.
Hey, Claude Sowling. All right, good to see you,
Claude!
Claude. Yeah, all right. Good to see you, my friend. All right, let's see. Where were I? Okay. Crew messages would be highly compressed ASCII. Okay. You could fit on a cassette tape rather than the petabytes, the petabytes or whatever of data of which a doctor's program would be comprised. Okay. Gotta get you next one there. If you're not me, the episode is harmless, except for Andy Drick and the broken plasma. C-. Wow, I thought with all that, I thought you were getting to like an FEFF or something. Well, I love you,
Just goes
Fiona.
to show you how forgiving science fiction people are. But there's only so far you can push them.
Yeah, I love you. I love you, Fiona. Thank you so much. Lisa, another lady, says, hey, fun. Two EMHs bickering who programmed that likable Andy Drick before he wasn't. I like Seven quietly working and contributing without need for attention or acceptance. Too bad B'Elanna is threatened by her. Yes, indeed. I hear you there. Thank you so much, Lisa.
Boss man?
Yes.
Our buddy San Lee just walked through the door.
Oh, San Lee, hello there. Welcome. I hope you're doing well. All right, let's see. Eric K says B. Love a Doctor episode, cannot help it. Why not send a Da Vinci or a hologram or Bangway? The Doctor is the one vital crew member. Even Drick was not that annoying. I hear you. Andrew from Luciano says, P.S. I love the Prometheus. Yeah, it was cool. It was pretty cool. I'm surprised they didn't use it again. Bubba Doom says, F. I wish I could like this, but I loathe Andy Drick. Neelix is better than Andy Drick. Wow. I even like some of the comedy episodes. See first. Oh, Fistful of Datas. I think you mean Fistful of Datas. All right, Bubba. Thank you, buddy. Oh, and our Feliciano also says, it was never shown on DS9. Oh, yeah, okay. Wow. Yeah, I figured as much. I just don't understand why they didn't show it on there. Michael Beacom, buddy, he says, C. Good excuse for a Robert Picardo episode, but the execution was flawed. They should have sent a copy of the Doctor. A copy of the Doctor. Also, a copy of the... Right, a copy, I see. Also, they wasted so much time on the Dominion War thing. Would rather have...
Yeah.
Seen the Doctor trying to convince whomever he beamed to that he was really from Voyager and their situation. Okay. Oh, yeah. No. Showed him. Yeah, I got you. No space war needed. A wasted chance to see reactions of those left in the Alpha Quadrant. Mm-hmm. I really agree with that big time, Michael. I think that would have been something more productive.
Bossman, you should know that Fanty just walks through the door and said, "Hail, chat!" And guess who else just walks through the door? The Woke Breaker. Everyone say hello to the Woke Breaker and Fanty.
What is up, Woke Breaker and Fanty? You old rascal. Good to see you. All righty. Good. Welcome, Woke Breaker, too, as well. Good. Always great to see you guys. All righty. Let's see. Where were I? We had some more from Bubba Doom. He said, oh, the ship. It's stupid. If you add that many moving parts to a shop, I think it means ship to be used in a battle. I'm sorry, just kidding. You're going to have a bad time. Thank you, Bubba. Thank you for the super chat, Eric K. Appreciate you, buddy. You're too kind. He says, when Bangway said, tell them everything, I was thinking she is getting a court martial and a demotion as soon as they have communications.
That's kind of you, Eric. Love you so much.
Thank
sweetheart.
you, buddy.
Bossman, just so you know, Macany Draws just walks through the door. Very talented artist who is friends with One and All. And Captain Infinity is here.
Macany Draws. Good to see you, my friend. I hope you're doing well. Everyone, please, if you can go to find Macany Draws channel. He's a great artist. Does wonderful work. And I'm honored to have you pop into the chat, my friend. It's great to see you. Captain Infinity and beyond. What is up, old chum? Hope you're doing well. Let's see. Where were we? Oh, the wonderful anti-derivative Jill. So good to see you, Jilly. She says A-. I didn't have time to craft my normal reviews. Plus, nonsense. You're doing fine. Don't worry about that. But plus, I'm a bit tipsy.
Amaretto.
Having
She
fun on
broke
the
out the amaretto.
having a bit of a Saturday night, are we?
She is.
Auntie?
She's having a
Auntie? Oh.
sassy Saturday.
Ah, naughty, Joe. But I love the ideas and potential in this episode, even if the actual science behind them holds a little to no weight.
Got you. Jilly
gotcha.
Joe.
I think with a little more care and craft and science consultation, this could have been how it actually makes me feel. Tipsy?
Yeah.
It could have been tipsy. I love seeing the new prototype ship, and now Picardo plays off of Andy Drick regarding his performance alone and not him as a person. Super fun. Well, thank you, Jill. Yeah, I enjoyed it as well.
I don't. The one thing I don't like about it though is that Zimmerman is a narcissist, and so when we're thinking about the Doctor program, we're thinking about Zimmerman. And boss man, you need to know this. Makini just left you a gift in the chat.
I see it. Zimmerman is that though. You're right. Thank you, Makini Draws, for the super sticker. You're too kind, my friend. If anyone can get that, please, if you could help me get Makini Draws link in my chat,
that'd be nice.
I'd appreciate that. And please, I ask all you, my friends, if you have not already, please go to his great channel and support him. Great artist, and he has a great channel. He does some great streams where he just sits and draws, and it's so much fun to watch. Addendum from the great Fiona. She says, let's see here. Addendum 1 of 2. Stargate Atlantis did a similar episode where they only had a 2 ms window of a wormhole open, and that would have allowed every person on the base to send 45 minutes of video. Okay. And that was with contemporary communications technology. They actually had the writers research stuff. Go figure. Yes. Imagine that, huh?
And you can write anything you want. It's a pretend universe. You know,
my God.
Heterocosmica, right? Yeah, I thought you should see that.
Wagner, please.
Nuked again.
Please send that to me on Twat if you can. Because I want to read you. I can't believe this. Something's wrong.
It's BS. Also,
I would like to see it verbatim. I want to see what if it's possible for you to write exactly what you wrote. I want to see. I just have to see it. I want an idea of what's
so offensive. Yeah, I agree. And also, just so you know, boss, Chris got Makini's URL up in the chat.
Thank you, buddy.
So if you want to follow Makini, you can do it, folks. Just look at Chris's entry there. The URL is there.
Thank you, buddy. I really appreciate you, Chris. Thanks, brother. Glad, yes. If you could, I mean, again, if you don't feel like it, that's fine. You can keep trying to put it, but I want to see, if you could, if it's possible, I would like to see what you're putting in there. And I mean, that's crazy. I mean, you know, I know you're not putting any bad language in there. We all know that. So I don't get this at all. It's crazy. I'm so sorry, buddy.
Wolfie's here. Wolfie's here. Wolfie. Attention. Wolfie's here.
Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Kronos Godwisen says C+. Picardo did a great job struggling to do things he wasn't supposed to be able to do. The multi-vectored attack seemed really stupid. I'd like to get Wolfie's opinions on that.
He's got something coming.
Okay, cool. Value of Nothing says, we're all going to be surprised after this episode, are we? Indeed he is. Parker Luck says, my rating of this episode is A+, for both how it shows a reference to a DS9 missing point, like in maybe the past tense two-parter, and the comedy bits are fascinating, as Spock would say. Well, thank you, Parker. Thank you for your review. Appreciate that.
Fascinating.
That's fascinating indeed, Captain. Phantom Outsider says, It's a D minus. This was the dubassery starting to creep in, as then in the Jar Jar not Trek, they had not Khan invent a ship of war that could be operated by 8, but also one if they really needed. Ugh. Dude.
Did you see Tom Connor's comment this week on J.J. Abrams? It was one of the best comments ever in the history of commentary on J.J. Abrams and Star Trek. Tom actually responded to all of these quote unquote announcements by saying what they figured out is that the only person making money from J.J. Abrams films is J.J. Abrams. It was so good. What a burn. It was the best burn.
Nice, Tom. Tom's the man. Love Tom Connors. Great buddy. Love it. Way to go, Tomer. The Book Breaker says, I'm sad for Trek. Well, so am I. So am I. I wonder how many of my other posts are not going through. Gwag, I don't know. Like I said, like I say, that still the invite is still open for you to send those to me, and so we can take a look at them. And you can
but he's on his. Remember he's like under the emergency order, so he's using his pad. He's using an iPad.
Okay,
so it's difficult for him to take information from one spot to another. All he has is his one finger. And JT Kirk says, Raquel, why did they name the ship the Prometheus? Yes. Did the ship give man fire?
Okay.
Was anyone tied to a rock, and did they have their liver consumed every day only to wake up every morning and be alive again? Get out of here. This is what I mean, JT Kirk, about the Latin, about using nonsense words, about trying to make it seem as though they're far more educated than they actually are, and it's annoying. It's really it's annoying.
Yeah. Well, what can you do? Okay. Well.
Clubby. Are you going? Did you do Mark yet?
Not yet. We got one.
Okay, because Wolfie answered you.
Wolfie said A minus. Here it is. The last blast before Trek comes to an end forever. Prometheus class starship MVAM. Nebula class versus Warbirds. 2 times Defiant class. What? 2x Defiant class. That ship must have been important.
Mm-hmm. And then look at this one.
Prometheus class starship designed for deep space tactical missions. We already have the Defiant. I'm okay with it.
Mm-hmm.
What do you have any idea why they didn't use it on DS9 there, Wolfie? Because it was still at this point that we're still fighting the Dominion War, right?
Yeah. The dates overlap, which makes it which makes it.
Well, I guess we're done with the reviews on this one, other than our great chief engineer, the caboose here. Excuse me. Sorry, everybody. I'm just hungry.
Were you eating popcorn?
No, Raisinets. And popcorn. I have some popcorn here, too. And an EMH, it gives it A, did Mark D does. An EMH episode overcomes the appearance of Andy D. Thought this was a really fun to watch, thanks to Picardo. Some parts were hokey, especially the holographic transfer.
Yeah, what?
Excuse me. It does change the crew dynamic with Starfleet, plus their family and friends knowing they're alive. Poor Bangway, plus Trek meets Transformers. Prometheus is an A+++. Because there are 3 of them. I get it. All righty. Well, are we done with this one?
Mm-hmm.
Let us move on to the next.
Wolfie is also adding a comment that it seemed like this ship was not ready yet.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Not ready. There you go. I hear you. Yeah. All right. Next episode, folks, is called Prey, right?
No. Hunters.
No? Hunters is before Prey?
Is it? Let me check. 15, 16. Yes. Yeah, production code 183. Yep, it's Hunters first, boss.
It is Hunters first.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's weird.
Well, the reason why you're mixing it up is because they're using Hunters, right? They're using Hunters. They're using Tosk. And so they use Tosk for prey, but they call this episode Hunters. So it's an entire recycling of the idea, only now being used for the Hirogen. So there's nothing wrong with you, because remember what the species was called for Tosk. They were hunters. And so the entire concept for prey is hunters. And then we have hunters, which is from DS9. So anyway, I'll explain that later.
No, gotcha.
Wokebreaker says, okay, see you folks. Off to watch my friends. Oh,
All right,
off to
Wokebreaker.
watch my friends, the Herfinans. Keep track alive. West Kegle's here.
West Kegel.
Simply Steve. Prometheus's parts will be installed on Tuesday. Okay, let's do this. Hunters is season 4, episode 15. If you're following along in the companion or the celebration, this is production code 183. This was first broadcast right before Valentine's Day on February 11th, 1998. Some of us have, quite unfortunately, been watching it since then. Oh, I'm just checking in on Gwag. Okay, I'm going to be reading from Wikipedia. It's going to suck, but this one isn't too long. Thank God. Let's get the summary done. Starfleet, having recently learned that Voyager is far away in the Delta Quadrant, begins sending messages to the crew. What? The data is being forwarded to the ship via powerful Hirogen transmission arrays, which are run on the energy of microsingularities, or miniature black holes. The crew is excited to receive letters from home, but frustrated when the Hirogen demand they stop using the communications array. Captain Janeway defies the Hirogen, as many more letters from home are still in the database. Letters continue to be downloaded, spreading good and bad news alike. Vulcan Tactical Officer Tuvok, tactical officer, they use that term real loosely, really loosely. Well, anyway, real loosely, I'm joking around. Tuvok learns that there is another addition to his family, while Janeway learns her fiancé has married another woman. Oh, boo-hoo, he got dumped, Bangway! Having given up as dead for 3 years. Well, come on, it is Bangway.
Oh, my
Plus,
goodness.
she has salamanders. She had salamanders with Tom Paris. First Officer Chakotay and Chief Engineer Torres, and also fell in love with Chakotay, I might add. First Officer Chakotay and Chief Engineer Torres learn that a large majority of their Maquis friends have been imprisoned or killed by the Cardassians and their new Dominion allies.
You think she fell in love with Chakotay?
Oh, come on. She was mooning him and doing her close talking Kathy crap when they thought they were going to die on that planet when she was collecting flies. Get out of here. Anyway, helmsman Tom Paris, facing the possibility of a difficult letter from home, realizes his own problems pale in relation to Torres's news. Many of the lower decks crews are shown by name and face as Postmaster Neelix. Of course, Neelix has another job because he's not cooking for 149 people 3 times a day on all shifts, 24 hours a day. I used to run a restaurant, own a restaurant, so I know that's complete and utter shite. Neelix delivers the letters around the ship, and Ensign Harry Kim spends much of the episode wondering if he'll get a letter due to data loss. It's all very crybaby and super annoying. That's not in the article. I'm adding that. Tuvok and 7 of 9 go to the array in an attempt to retrieve more of the data. They succeed in stabilizing the feed, but are captured by the Hirogen in the process. The Hirogen are established as a vicious race of hunters, addressing their captives as prey and describing the torture to follow while dissecting them into trophies. The Voyager crew rescue 7 and Tuvok by exposing a singularity shielded within the array and using it as a tactical advantage. Because, the Hirogen never thought of that. Even though they have superior technology. But the ship linked to home is destroyed in the process. Harry finally gets his letter, but Paris's is lost. The episode closes reflecting on the challenges to come with regard to their newfound enemies. And that is all the gigantic cesspool of Wikipedia has to say in summarizing Hunters. Clubby, tell me, what'd you think of this episode?
I don't know. I don't know what I thought of it because I felt no. It was some of the stuff with them. I mean, the thing I was more interested in at the end of the takeaway of the previous episode was that they finally, this is a huge turning point in the show that they have now made contact. Now Earth knows, Starfleet knows about their fate, what's going on with them. They know they're alive. So we have some continuity feeding over, bleeding over into this episode with regards of them getting them actually making contact with these with their people and all that kind of stuff. So all the stuff you mentioned, all that drama stuff, there was some interest there. I mean, like I said, you can have some character development, or no matter how good your science fiction story is, which theirs are not very, very good. And if you're not going to be good at developing science fiction stories, one of the interesting things about the show is, or at least for some people, not so much for me, because they're not my crew, is what their fate, what's happening to them, they're stranded, and all that kind of stuff. Some of that stuff I found to be mildly interesting, but quite frankly, I found most of the episode to be just sort of relatively forgettable, personally.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
I don't dislike it or anything that much.
Me neither.
I'm trying to remember a lot of what happened. They go over to that ship and they get captured, right?
They do.
Seven and Tuvok get captured.
And then we use some camera techniques to make 7 of 9 and Tuvok, quite tiny. Nevertheless, I mean,
right?
Tuvok is still a wimp.
Big.
You know what I mean? He's the biggest wimp in all of Vulcanian society. When Spock was little, he could have beat the crap out of Tuvok.
They're basically the Hirosian are basically they're very similar to the race you were talking about in that great episode with Tosk in the first season of DS9. They're similar to that. That's where this
idea comes from.
Pretty much. They're also they're basically there's some similarity to Predators from the Predator film franchise.
That's what I put in my notes. They
are, again, that's the thing that stands out most about the Hirosian, except of course in the Predator films, one of the I like the first couple of movies, but obviously they had a million of them that I don't really like that much, but the whole concept of them is pretty interesting. The first couple of Predator movies. Some of us you hear maybe big fans of the Predator movies. This is Star Trek's take on the Predators. So the big difference
Predator
is
versus Alien.
Right.
Well, the next episode is Prey.
Aliens, Predator, and things like that. Right. So this is giving them a little bit more of a personality. Whereas in those movies, they're all about the hunt.
Yeah.
So you never learn anything about the Predators other than they're advanced. They have a certain code that they hunt by in the movies, and that's that. They're hunters in every sense of the word.
Yep.
But you don't learn anything about them. You don't talk to them. You never have, except when one of them is feeding Arnold Schwarzenegger's word back to him or whatever,
Yeah.
Which is pretty good. Again, I like those movies. This, I think, I find the most interesting thing about this episode and the previous one and then the later one, these characters is I like the idea of them meeting a race pretty much like that. But we're going to find out more about them. So I don't dislike the episode that much. I thought it was pretty interesting that they are basically predators from those movies. So I thought the episode was interesting on that basis, and I thought it was okay. But it was more like a setup episode for the next one, really.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree.
Anyway, notes?
Yeah, I didn't find it flawless, but I don't hate it. So here are my notes. This episode is all about the Hirosian and letters from home. So it's weird that the letters must be transferred to an external device. So all these letters are transferred to individual pads, like individual iPads, right? But if they're on the computer, why not just leave them there? Why wouldn't Neelix walk into where everyone's eating and say, Harry, there's a letter waiting from your folks on the system. It's been decoded. Whatever have you. It's weird that it all has to go on these pads. Just like in the previous episode, we can download and upload the doctor, but the doctor, they can't replicate his program. It's just more anti-science stuff. And I really, really, really don't like the fact that Neelix invades everyone's privacy. So he shouldn't have access to these pads. And the fact that that he does makes the people who wrote this pretty unprofessional, because you wouldn't be reading other people's letters in a military environment. Those letters would be sealed. So even if you were going to quote unquote download those letters into individual pads, like they're an iPod or something like that, they would still be locked and should be only and should only be viewed by the people who own the letters. So I don't like that he's slimy like that. Of course, he's a criminal and a piece of crap, but it's just another reason why I hate Chicken Man. Tuvok finally behaves a little bit like a Vulcan in this episode. However, I do have more things that I don't like in the portrayal of Vulcanians. Vulcanians do not pray to any god. They meditate, but they do not pray, nor do they make offerings.
Yes.
So the idea that Tuvok's wife would be praying to a god and leaving offerings for that god in the hopes that Tuvok would come home is absolutely
That's
ridiculous.
what I was wondering. I'm going, since when do Vulcans have a religion?
Well, they had somewhat of a religion, but it's more played off like it would be like a Greek pantheon, and I believe they
Worship
had
of a deity
gods.
though,
Well, they had gods of elements, but the thing is that we know that post Surak, after the time of the awakening.
Yeah, I mean now.
Yeah, Vulcans devoted their lives to logic. So,
I'm saying, I mean now they're universally not religious.
Yes,
right.
They are, unless you're somebody like Cybok. But the thing is that then you would not be a part of Vulcan society, because you would be considered like Vatosh Katur, or like a Vulcan without
exactly.
Logic.
And so in other words, it made no sense for his wife to be going to church. Basically, what boils down to going to church on Sunday.
Yeah, and making an offering to a god. And I would need to look into it, but I'm pretty sure that the Vulcanian gods, when they were violent and psycho, so pre-Surak, they actually only had 4 gods, and I think it was all of the elements. So like earth, wind, or fire, and anyway, fire, water,
right.
Anyway, so so the Vulcanians have experienced the time of awakening, and there would be it's not possible for Tuvok's wife to be making offerings to a single god and praying, hoping that he'll come back. So that is complete and utter shite, because then of course he would be like Cybok. He would be Vatosh Katur, and not a part of Vulcanian society. So once again, like I said, I've said this previously, I'm going to say this again. This is the unraveling of the pretend universe that was already created in our minds. Okay, so we already had the pretend universe here. It was created by the Holy Trinity. We had Gene Elkoon, we had DC Fontana, we had Gene Roddenberry already create Vulcanians in our minds, and so the erosion, the destruction of that pretend that already exists in our heads happens in Voyager, and I don't like it. So I do have to point it out. I know it makes people upset because they don't like me very much. Too bad. This is not what this does not go with Gene Roddenberry's and DC Fontana and Gene Elkoon's Vulcanians. It just doesn't. Another thing is, Bangway says to Seven, "It isn't my custom to send an away team of 1. If you watch Voyager, you know that Tom Paris and Chipotle go off alone in shuttlecraft after shuttlecraft after shuttlecraft." So that was a dumb line also.
Yes.
Also, I don't like the fact that Tuvok is a wimp. So not only is he completely illogical, but he's like a little bitch. He's like a wimp. Like, it's really bad too, because Tuvok was overpowered by two men who he should have kicked the crap out of back on that planet where he was mind melding with people who were stealing violent thoughts. And here he is. He can't even moderately defend himself. He looks like somebody fighting like he looks like a toddler fighting. Anyway, it just I don't believe it. It doesn't pass the Spock test. Okay. I love that Close Talking Kathy gets dumped. It's just hysterical.
Wow.
Finally, somebody grabbed her by the face and pushed her just an arm's length away from their face, and it was her ex. Was that guy's name Mark again? Mark had her puppies and then dumped her.
Wow.
And so this is one in a series of 7 of 9 episodes. This is getting to know you, getting to like you, getting to like you, getting to love you, getting to know you. 7 of 9 episode. And that is all I have to say in my notes about Hunters. Well, I will be discussing the fact that this is Hunters from DS9 and Tosk later. But yeah, for now, this is an action adventure. It has a lot of problems. This isn't Star Trek. This is normie watching. As far as normie watching goes, this is a C-. But if you are a Star Trek fan, and particularly a TOS fan, you will probably not like this episode very much because you're screaming at the TV because Tuvok is a meat-eating, praying, illogical, incompetent security officer who's also a gigantic effing wimp. It's a C-.
Oh, man. Well, I gave it a C, so we're right there pretty much on the same page. It's just kind of, I guess I'm getting numb. I get to the point where I watch an episode and it leaves my head, and unless it really aggravates me. And well, Neelix was pretty annoying. He's the worst thing in the episode to me, but isn't he always? So yeah, I have nothing in. I don't care. I don't care about talking about it. Let's let everybody else talk about it so we don't have to. All right, yeah. All right, my friends. Let fly with your reviews. Let's get this. Let's nuke this turkey. Begin. Oh, before and while we're starting those, Gwagnar has sent me his review of the previous episode to show. He says, and but Gwagnar, don't be silly. You don't have to ever convince me that you didn't. He says, don't worry about reading it. I just wanted to show that there's nothing bad in it that I can see. No, I trust you. I believe me. Yeah. Sorry it took so long to post, but I didn't have Twitter set up on my tab. I got you. All right. Well, this is what he said about the previous episode, just to give you all an idea. I haven't read it yet, but let's see what YouTube thinks is so bad. It could just be the thing's just screwed up. Anyway, he gave the previous episode about a message in a bottle. I guess that's what that's what this is. A C+. He said a doctor episode, which is good, but there are a lot of issues. Why send the doctor instead of another hologram with the needed information? That's part one of his review. Part two was when they try to make, and none of any of them showed up on there. So I don't know what was wrong with that. When they try to make a new EMH, why not use a pre-existing holodeck character instead of starting from scratch? They have some holograms, just as Da Vinci, that would be a good starting point. What if any of that is worth trashing YouTube? Why? Number 3, he wrote, if this prototype ship is so advanced, why isn't it being escorted by a fleet during its test run to protect it from the Dominion?
And he raises a good point
also,
because I want everyone to think about the fact that we have used Leah Brahms before. So what Gwag is saying here is very intelligent because he's saying, if you are short medical personnel, why not call forth these holographic programs that are imbued with the thoughts or the capabilities to some extent of their real life people who they're made after. If we had Leah Brahms or Leah Brahms, however you want to say it, why not call forth the doctor here? So Gwag is your typical science fiction fan. Awesome brain. Love your brain, Gwag.
I want to finish his thing so I can see if anything was wrong with it. That they would, why they think anything's wrong with this. So let's see. If this prototype ship is so advanced, why isn't it being escorted by a fleet during its test run to protect it from the Dominion? Also, never name your ship the Prometheus. It never ends well. Okay, so how any of that deserved to be nuked by YouTube? I don't know. It's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. It's stupid.
So thank you, Quag. I'm sorry about that, but
I loved the point that he raised. And that would have been great because I think the chat would have enjoyed discussing that while we were discussing the episode. So
sorry
YouTube
about that,
sucks.
Quag. Okay, here we go. All right, let's see. Value of Nothing says, C. It's the end of the Maquis, and it doesn't matter to the plot. What a lost opportunity and indictment of Voyager's showrunners. Yeah. It's weird because I guess that took place around the time when they were just finished. They were wiping out the Maquis because they didn't care about the storyline anymore on DS9. Shooter says, B-. What an interesting species. Hunters who collect trophies have cloaking tech and shoulder-mounted energy weapons. Wait, that's a predator. Kmart Klingons and Priceline predators? Okay, the Hirogen are at least technologically equivalent to Voyager, and as such, a more threatening. Linking the relay network to this new threat is a good idea. About time we started getting these. Okey-dokey. Let's see. Why the shock that the relay uses a quantum singularity? Romulans have been using singularities to power warbirds for ages.
It's how they wind up fused in walls.
Yep. While a little dry with the letters from home, I did not hate this part of the episode. Enjoyable, good ending, but not outstanding. Oh, and Bangway is now free to find love on the ship. Yeah, it's I'm with you there. I thought it was fairly decent.
I wonder if she told Mark about her salamanders. I wonder if she told about Mark about fly hunting with Chipotle.
I don't know. I don't think so. Not yet, anyway. We'll see. JT Kirk says, B. The audience and writers alike are relieved that we didn't need to keep two separate sets of events straight between DS9 and Voyager in 1998. I love the Hunters, body armor, and culture. From a sci-fi standpoint, a spiky orb control scheme is inefficient and clumsy, especially for those in bulky armor. There is also readout on them. So how does the operator receive feedback? I don't know, sir. My poor barons. The pads were there to provide the symbolism of messages on a Navy ship, fine, but Netflix, I think it means Neelix, should be fricasseed, I don't know, for his breach of privacy regarding them during delivery. Thank you. All right. Yes, sir, buddy. Thank you, JT Kirk. Right here, Luke Hard says the Hirogen should have been the Gorn. In the Delta Quadrant, though? Eric K says C+. Tuvok to be the pilot. Tom is the best pilot. He might have gotten away. Seems ridiculous. They only had one person working on the messages. If you had a time frame, a lizard baby could beat Tuvok.
Why is he so wimpy?
You got me, Captain.
He's supposed to be Vulcanian. He's supposed to be tough. He's supposed to have the strength of several men.
Not anymore. Kronos Godwisen says, I now see them these as Bane aliens. Maybe they sort of look like Bane. Yeah. Thank you. All right. Fiona, the lovely Fiona says, great. Great. Kmart Klingons 2.0. Why do digital communications need a postmaster? Does this have something to do with the ham radio? Old ham radios. I remember those. More half-baked, ill-considered concepts that
Agreed.
undermine their good possibilities with idiocy. Are you telling me an advanced civilization can't keep space hobos from piggybacking on their space cell phone towers? Their space cell phone towers are, yes, there you go. Why not scan and replicate this advanced comm technology? Everything is so retardable. Yeah, retardable. Yeah, I hear you. I can't focus on the decent ideas they're trying to bring up.
Agreed.
I do like the idea of being in touch ever sporadically with the Federation. It restores the chain of command and brings up the possibility of them being in conflict with Federation orders. Yeah, we're in trouble now that they can be called to the principal's office every now and then. Like, what if they are ordered to go find a weapon to use against the Dominion? Alas, all these possibilities are undermined with retardable ablation. D, I hear you. Love you, Fiona. That's great.
Yeah, Fee, I feel the exact same way. I have all the same issues with it.
RRTNZ says, let's see here. This ep takes a long time to get going. Should have started with 7 and Tuvok's capture and developed more tension. Hirogen actors were huge. Yeah, they were huge. I like that they had a plot thread. Hirogen, they followed through. Although Hirogen, I should keep saying, sorry, I'm just going quick. Sorry, Hirogen. Very derivative of Predator. Teased Janeway plus Chakotay at the end. Totally incongruous. B- overall. Thank you, RR. Appreciate you. The great Michael Beacom says, D. It hurts to see that although there appear to be persons trying to make good real Trek in the background, they cannot pull it off anymore. Lots of ideas misused or done poorly.
Yeah.
I hear you, buddy.
And use established ideas to the advantage of the storytelling. Do not make Vulcanians into extremely religious, emotional wimps. What?
Indeed, he says, Bubba Doom, one, thank you so much for the super chat, my friend. It's very much appreciated. You were too kind. He says, to hell with Mark. Did Bangway tell Lieutenant Columbo? I don't know. She's not the real Mrs. Columbo anyway. Fiona says, science note, a singularity ain't gonna power anything. A black hole absorbs magnitudes more than it emits, and it only emits what it absorbs from event horizon. It doesn't generate anything. Love it. Thank you. Larry says, Predator ripoff. Thumbs down. My goodness. The Tetrarch of Apathy says, Clobbering Times Priceline Predators is especially appropriate as Shatner used to be a spokesman for Priceline. Yes, sir. Thank you. He was indeed. Lisa says, C. Predator ripoff. Why the masks? Doesn't the Hunter's ship have environmental control? 7 cares enough of her new collective to try to retrieve messages, but with Tuvok for protection, Tom better pilot. Agreed. Fanti says, D. Even more dumbassery, a society of hunters would not develop space travel. They could hijack a visiting alien and their ship and tech, but they would not share tech with other packs. They'd their technical advantage so that one pack would be dominant. However, how would they? repair a ship. A hunter dedicated to communications. A hunter dedicated to communications. The glory of intercepting that email. Really? Who minds the... Wait a minute now. Is that 3? Oh, no, that's... I don't see your 3. That was 4. Fanty, I don't have your 3. I've got 4. Did we lose his 3?
Check now.
Oh, you got it. Okay. Fanty, I tell you what, dude. What is wrong with you? Man, don't make me come out there. Materials for the new ships. Wow. You really got that vein of coal for something for smelting. Come on. These aliens would be meat eaters only and likely cannibals unless they eat, or should they hunt veggies and fruit. Yeah, right. Let me find your 4. There we go. All right. Okay. They wouldn't develop new tech except weapons, but even then, what hunter is going to develop time to research? I chalk the Vulcan religion to idic, as in, if that concept gives you peace of mind, it's okay. There you go. Thank you, Fanty. Lisa also says, ceremonial isn't necessarily religious. Spock getting his brains back.
Yeah, and that is a good point. Katra is not religion, but
No,
it
Katra
is
is not religion.
no, but it is made clear that Surak, during the time of awakening, they purged all emotion, and they are not religious. So that's just the way it is.
Larry, when's Captain Proton? Not for a couple seasons. I think.
When's Captain Proton?
We all like Captain Proton here. D- says simply Steve. Alt title, Klingonators. Yeah, exactly. Hirogen wanted to be paid for using the relays. Would that be like satellite TV? Bad news for Bangway. Not surprised.
Yeah, and Lisa says ceremonial. Yeah, Lisa, but I just want to make it clear that in the episode, Neelix tells Tuvok that his wife is praying for him, and says something along the lines of leaving an offering at the temple for him. So she going to a temple and leaving an offering and praying for somebody is shows a religious sense. I don't know how much more you could say other than that.
Yeah.
Other than saying, your wife is going to the temple to leave an offering and pray for you to God. But other than that, I mean, they make it pretty clear. Whereas the Katra is something where you would just be sort of, reciting a mantra that you would use in meditation, like Om, and transferring the information from one person's brain that holds two people's information systems, and separating them from McCoy and putting them back into Spock. So the two things are quite different, but it would put his wife in trouble in Vulcanian society, because of course she would be a Vulcan without logic, and a Vulcan without logic would be quite dangerous because of how violent the Vulcanians were previously, extraordinarily violent. So they have to suppress their emotions through continued meditation, and should have a purge through the Kolinar. And so they progress through their life, slowly getting rid of these emotions, and training their mind to be able to do incredible tests of intellectual prowess. And therein you see Spock, performing multiple advanced tests in astrophysics, mathematics, and so on and so forth. So it's just preposterous that his wife would be a Vulcan without logic and be a part of the society. It's just, I mean, we can do mental gymnastics and emotional gymnastics to make it okay, but what it really just is shit writing. And when you're not careful about what somebody has written before you, or you're trying to turn it into something that it's not, you run into these problems. Oh, no, I totally disagree with you. There is definitely enough information to judge. Definitely. All you have to do is look at the colon R and figure that out. There's definitely lots of information there. I think it's just simply trying to change Vulcanians, like having them consuming meat, for instance. We know that Vulcanians do not consume meat. This is something we know. It's not that there isn't enough information to judge it. It's that we know. So
I want to thank you, Fiona, for the super chat. You too, Klein. I love this clubhouse, Clobby, and you guys. Well, I love you right back, Fiona. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Thanks for all you give us, and you're such a good friend. Thank you. We appreciate it. Gwag, I'm sorry about that. Makes me feel sad that you feel that way, but I understand. He says not doing a review on this one. Don't feel like fighting YouTube. I'm sorry, buddy. I don't know. I wish I could fix it. I think it's ridiculous. My bad. I mean, they're bad. And yet he does say, I was working on an image of the Kraden from the episode Nemesis, interviewing for the Herogen part, but the Paramount legal team put a stop to it. Maybe I'll finish it when we can use power again. Weird.
Emperor's NM says Hollywood loves breaking taboos. Yeah, Emperor's NM, and it's okay to imbue the character with new information and to shape a character. And Gene Roddenberry made it very clear that Leonard Nimoy and they worked together to create the Vulcanian persona. But it's important to remember what Gene had in mind to begin with, and to look back on Gene's Bible, and to look at the way that those characters are described, and not to add our own personal feelings or our hopes or our wishes about that race. Remember, it started off as like a red Tin Man, where it was actually going to be a robot. And so certainly there would not be religion there, and nobody would be praying or making offerings. So it's just really shitty writing when you have a purely intellectual race, literally one step below becoming just pure thought, like Sargon, and then you try and turn it into just mushy, wimpy, lovey-dovey, meat-eating, illogical, incompetent lunacy. You got to call it what it is, and not do too many mental gymnastics to make emotional excuses for something that is just shitty writing.
Tetra Gravity says Aaron Briggs, he is also supposed to have even more combat training than standard security as well. That one would think, wouldn't one? So let's see what we got. Jill says D+. I'm racking my brain, really trying to remember who the Herogen are. The Herogen are. I know they become important and recurring villains, but they very, very often escaped my interest. Yeah, I got you. All I know is I don't like them. Not next time I'll have more detail. I remember nonsensical technobabble. The technobabble is supposed to mean something. I can listen to TNG and know what's happening. I hear you. I recall the messages from home and how they affect the crew. Another vague memory was that Neelix was more annoying than normal. Yes, that your memory's working well then. If I had to put my feelings into words, airlock him. I tell you what, if I had one of those videos, I would give you one.
Chris has to go, everyone. Everyone, please thank Chris for his hard work for us today. Thank you so much,
Thank
Chris.
you, buddy.
And have a wonderful evening. Thank you for everything.
He says an interesting introduction to Trek's version of the Predators. However, I can't reconcile the waste of material creating multiple data pads when we're constantly reminded about replicator rationing. C. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. It's just...
And Princess Fiona says, ritual has therapeutic and practical value. We see this in the original Vulcans. They have many rituals. Probably they have many rituals. That doesn't make them religious. The writers are dumb, Raquel. Yeah, they are. And it's important that people realize that, because we also have Vulcanians that are consuming meat and are emotional all the time. And this is what I mean. Like, When you're an author and you're trying to create a beautiful character, what you're trying to do is you give that character boundaries that make that character special. But if you introduce Vulcanians and you take away their logic, you take away the fact that they only care that they only care for pure logic and pure fact, and then you take that away from them, and you take away that they're vegetarian, and you take away that they're strong, and you take away all these things that were meant to imbue them with a specialness, you wind up with just shit. And so what you're doing is you're devaluing or eroding the character. And so I hate it when people make excuses for it, because look at what we have now as a result. Look at the way that they're portraying Vulcanians now. Now they don't even say Vulcanians. Now they say Vulcans. It's just really bad. And I wish they'd stop doing it, because if nothing is special, and none of these characters or species have boundaries that make them special in any way, what the hell are we watching it for? If Tuvok is just like any other normal person, he just has pointy ears, what's the point in watching it? It's just shit. Anyway. Clobby?
I'm sorry. God damn it. I hate when I do that. Okay. The great Mark D with the C ends this episode mercifully for us. B+. It says Voyager meets Predator. While not original, I enjoyed this episode and the portrayal of the Herogen. Neelix had to distribute the mail since YouTube chat was down on Voyager. YouTube chat's full of crap today. Why don't Herogen change the transitions by the minute like AOL? Why would a smaller ship not be as affected gravimetric by eddies? Wouldn't the forces be constant on a mass? Anyway, I still enjoyed this. Plus, we get the best Janeway quote in Voyager: "Coffee, the finest organic suspension ever devised." See clip the StreamYard. Oh, okay. Well, let's see here. You didn't put that. Did you really put that? Boy, oh boy, oh boy.
That's exactly what I'm talking about, Fiona.
Here we go.
It's a homogenization of everyone.
Coffee.
Sorry, I didn't mean to step over you. Are you ready?
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
Coffee. The finest organic suspension ever devised.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mark Stevenson. All right, well, are we ready to drop this one and go to the last one?
Yes, let's go.
Are we ready? Okay. But by the way, yes, Chicken Man was especially annoying. What's next? Oh, Prey is next, right?
It is, which is actually should be Hunters, but anyway.
Yeah.
Prey is season 4, episode 16.
Get my medicine real quick while you're doing that. So
okay, rock and roll. It is production code 184. This first aired on February 18th, 1998. I'm going to be reading from Wikipedia. It will probably suck, which makes it difficult to read, but I'm going to do it anyways. In the words of Data, saddle up, lock and load. The Federation starship Voyager discovers an injured Herogen who is in the middle of an intense hunt for what is a formidable and dangerous prey, even by Herogen standards. He is brought into sickbay for treatment, but is eager to get back out and track down his trophy prey. Before he is able to do so, the prey alien invades Voyager. It is a member of the Borg designated species 8472. The Herogen hunter is allowed to hunt for 8472 under Chakotay's supervision. The Herogen starts attacking an unresponsive 8472 without hesitation. He refuses an order to stand down and battles with his Starfleet escort before being stunned and subdued. He is subsequently confined in a sick bay. As the crew later approach the seriously injured 8472, it telepathically communicates with the Vulcan tactical officer Tuvok, pleading to be rescued from the hunter and returned to its home, which is a different dimension known as fluidic space. Meanwhile, a number of Hirogen vessels nuclear vessels surround Voyager, threatening to destroy them unless 8472 is beamed over. Nevertheless, Captain Janeway immediately orders 7 of 9 to help the alien return to its home territory, hoping to open the door to peaceful contact with the species. 7 refuses to comply. She has a Worf moment. Anybody thinking about Worf here? Believing the protection of hatred and feared alien is not worth facing imminent destruction at the hands of the Hirogen. It's a 100% Worf moment, replayed from TNG. She informs Janeway that the approaching Hirogen ships will destroy Voyager unless 8472 is turned over, and a lesson in compassion will do her no good if she's dead. As Hirogen ships open fire on Voyager, shield generators are temporarily disabled, allowing the Hirogen hunter to escape from sickbay. The hunter corners 8472 and grapples with it, at which time 7 beams both of them to one of the Hirogen ships nearby. By giving 8472 to the Hirogen, 7 has blatantly disobeyed Janeway and assured the creature's death, although she tries to justify her actions as being unnecessary to save the ship. Why write it like that? What you just said is nothing salad. Anyway, Janeway disciplines her by restricting her access to the ship's primary systems, except with Janeway's express permission, confining her duties primarily to the astrometrics lab. She should have been put in jail. Anyway, Clobby, what did you think of Prey?
Well, I will say one thing. The great Tony Todd.
That's what I put in my notes.
By the way, the Narat and Axamanda Bear. Good to see you, my friend. Hey there. Yeah. I don't know. It was okay. I guess it was kind of just sort of another, kind of like the last one. It was all right. It was nothing particularly. I didn't think, if you like the Hirogen, they're setting them up. I'm already kind of done with them personally. I know we get them more, right? I mean, I know we get them down the road. Yeah. I'm kind of like, I don't need in my Trek, the Trek that at least the way I want it more ideally, the occasional scuffle with Klingons was fine. Romulans, when they had to have a tussle once in a while with, so adversaries are one thing. Yeah, we gotta, I don't know, the Kmart Klingons didn't work. So now we gotta make the what are we calling these predators again? Someone had it. I forgot about it.
Hirogen.
No. I mean, what they said they had a name for the something predators. The Priceline predators.
Yeah. Priceline predators. Yeah, because that used to be an endorsement of Bill.
Right. There we go. They're okay. I mean, it's actually pretty interesting to explore somewhat a little bit the idea of the predators type alien. It's just that. You can do. You're not really. Do other things with Star Trek. They're all right once in a while. Well, that's what this one was. I kind of thought it was a fairly interesting idea. Meeting. Well, it's Tony Todd, so I'm biased. Mm-hmm. That guy's great and everything. The dude could read the phone book. That voice is always good. Of course, you can't see him in this. You know what I mean? I mean, you can't see him, but you can hear him, and that's him, right? But that said, I just found this episode to be at least a competent or mildly entertaining episode, but that was about it. I just don't have much for it. I mean, I'm not getting thrilled. I'm not like hating any of the episodes we did this week as far as really, really hating them, but yeah, I watch it, it happens, it ends, and I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. But, hey, it's a step up from some of the really, really horrible episodes. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe if they, start ticking upward where they're at least more consistent and more interesting, that would be nice, but I don't know. Anyway, notes.
Tony Todd is a wonderful legacy Star Trek character maker. And I was careful with my diction there. I believe that Tony Todd is a character maker. I think he's wonderful. 8472 versus the Hirogen. This is more pew pew and action adventure akin to Alien versus Predator. This is not my cup of tea, and this is not the ideal form of Star Trek or sci-fi. Another 7 of 9 episode, but now it's 7 versus Kathy. Close Talking Kathy and Insubordinate 7 go at it on the bridge. The Hirogen ship is a horror movie. We have buckets of body parts, decapitated bodies, cannibalism, serial killer behavior. We learn the Hirogen are borrowed from Captive Pursuits, Tosk versus the Hunters. This is more recycling through Star Trek, getting, it's not an upgrade. It's poo rolling downhill. Even the episode's name and dialogue, of course, lower the force field, and we will resume the hunt. Oh yeah, that's what one of the hunters said. Lower the force field and we'll resume the hunt. I think Tosk actually says that, or one of the hunters says that in Captive Pursuits, and they actually say that in this episode. So it's a great deal of repetition. The another thing that I found problematic is that the Hirogen have months, and I'm just wondering, 6 months of what? 6 months. How would that be calculated? Would that be Earth days and hours? Tony Todd's character says, I've been studying them for 6 months. Somebody should have caught that, because of course the Hirogen would not use Earth days and hours and months to calculate how long the hunt would take. This is an extremely sad ending that reminds me of King Kong. I hate to see the 8472 creature killed. I think it's the most interesting thing about this show, and somehow we just wind up with hunters back on DS9. Once again, we have Harry being incompetent. He can't even block a transport. Another thing I don't like is that although I teach English and I am aware of not only the original pronunciation of some of the words that we've adopted into English, but the fact that there are international pronunciations of those words, despite all of the shit you see people saying to each other in the YouTube chats. So Kathy says, Kate Mulgrew says, sentient. That is not an acceptable pronunciation of sentient. So you can say sentient and you could say sentient, but not sentient. There's no check mark or chew in sentient. So sentient or sentient, but not sentient. That's the most bizarre way of pronouncing sentient I have ever heard. I think that this is too much borrowed material. This is Alien versus Predator. This is a horror movie. This is body horror. This is Tosk versus Hunters. And I give it a C-.
And the Tosk story was so much better. It was such a great, that was true Trek right there.
Oh, that's a great episode. But this is what happens when you're constantly recycling ideas, right?
Yeah. I too give this one a C-. It was just sort of, even Tony Todd can't save it. So, all right, my friends, let's go. Please, you've given the word, it's given. Tell us what you think of this episode. Give us your ratings and any words you may have for Prey. What a dull name. What a dull title. Get it? Predator, Prey. Yeah, that's not. They're not subtle, are they? All right, let's see. Get some of these lined up. Makes you want to watch the real Predator movie almost. Well, me anyway.
It actually just makes me want to watch Tosk, which I believe
that's better.
Gave an A++++ to, because
God,
Tosk,
it was such a good episode.
Captive Pursuits is the name of that episode, right?
Yep.
Tosk is that's a cool story, and it's a standout. It's a very cool story.
And it's cool because it's more about exploring the concept of what Tosk's life is like, while using, certainly using the hunter type characters as well. And just, those, the primary, course of the episode is to learn about Tosk and what's going on with him. It's just so good.
Yeah, and also to accept that he has a completely alien way of thinking, living, and being, and he does not want to be integrated into human society. He does not want to become more human or to have any of these things that everyone is trying to convince him he's entitled to. He chooses something else, and we have to accept that. And so it's just really good material, and it's just really well wrought. Whereas this is just, it's more borrowing, like I said, I say this over and over again, like a broken record, but people who have only watched TNG, they memorize all of the names of the episodes, and they memorize everything that happens in the episodes. And so they think they're experts on that. And it's just, oh, this,
Yeah.
this, but you know what? It happens across all of Star Trek. They just start borrowing from TOS, and then it's an echo, and it's like throwing a rock into a lake. It's just a ripple effect. So if you're watching all of Star Trek, you're learning just how much they are borrowing from one another and recycling idea after idea after idea after idea.
It's incestuous.
Yeah, and it's, so when people are like, hey, what's the name of that episode? That's why even after watching Star Trek as much as I have in my life, I don't know, because there's just so much recycling. It's not like these stories are unique. They're not unique. And most of them are even borrowed from classic novels and other movies and film. So how would you know? Anyway.
Yep, I'm only really good with the titles of the original series. JT Kirk says, the Hirogen makeup and costumes are truly a sight to behold. It's a real shame it's all in the service of such a thinly written plot. The directors made a classic mistake showing species 8472 far too often and far too close to the camera. One never shows the monster up close, and keep screen time to the absolute minimum. 8472 is frequently shown in the wrong aspect ratio. Interesting, JT. Size relative to surroundings and even to Voyager. The low quality CGI also does not look fantastic even in 1998. I hear you on FM, buddy. That was 98, was it? Wow. Jill says, no review for this one, though. That's okay, Jill. It happens. Eric 130 says, my inclusive review is meh. Meh. I understand.
Ooby dooby.
I understand, Ooby dooby. Princess Fiona says, fluidic space. You really want to get me started? I do, Fiona. As a matter of fact, I'm kind of glad that it did. Some writer misunderstood an article in a magazine way over his head, and now we're saddled with let's see, the concept of an infinite swimming pool dimension. I'm not going to do this to everyone. Suffice to say, read Tarmal. I love you, Fiona. I like the concept of 8472. They were the original qualified idea for the Borg. Einline Starship Troopers bugs. Yes, they do. They do. They are like that. Let's see. What's your next one? Here we go. Like most things, the concept suffered from poor implementation. However, I would be remiss in failing to note that the last 4 episodes were at least watchable.
Yeah.
A new era, simple suck, an improvement, C-. Yeah, I'm with you. I didn't hate anything in the last ones either. They were okay. They were definitely enjoyable in some ways. And so, I'm totally with you, Fiona. Thank you. Lisa, our wonderful friend Lisa says, A, you said an episode in A, precursor to Predator versus Alien. I think it was it before that? Maybe before that movie, but there were Predator Alien comics way before that. But I think the movie may have been later. The movie Predator Aliens Predator, whatever it was. Lisa, I think you might be right. I think it was after this, but there were Aliens versus Predator comics and a bunch. But anyway, before that. But that's neither here nor there. Candyman, yes, he's Candyman. He's so much more. Janeway is emotional and reckless with the ship and crew over letters from home. 7 using experience and logic to keep her new collective safe. By the way, no mask. How do you mean? No mask. I'm not sure what you mean. But I'm sure you'll explain it. Shooter says, C. Species 8472 versus Hirogen. Not much more to say about this episode. Unremarkable and basically is a vessel to escalate the Hirogen threat. Tony Todd is a plus, though. I keep thinking of Kern. Yes, that voice. The insubordinate 7 is interesting. She has had way too much freedom, even if her actions were logical, unlike insane ways. Yeah. Still, the confrontation needed it to be done. Yes. Tediousness. Value of nothing says. C. Seems like a script for the new Battlestar Galactica. Not Trek. True enough. Captain fights with First Officer gore melodrama space fights. Thank you so much, Value.
Exactly.
Well said, indeed. RR TNZ says, pray review. Let's see, here we go. For an Alien versus Predator ripoff, it's actually okay. Let's see. Tony Todd owning yet another Trek role, really menacing. Great use of 8472. Let's see, actually created tension too. Let's see here. Nice jump scare with Hirogen head. Voyager is caught between 2 deadly species. The 7 versus insane way conflict adds a layer to the story, but here Kate was clearly nuts. She almost gets them all killed again. Ridiculous that energy weapons will hurt 8472. Don't vaporize Paris. Hirogen body. Don't vaporize Paris. And Hirogen body armor doesn't seem all that great either. Otherwise, good a B for RRTNZ. Thank you so much.
RRTNZ, I would heartily disagree. I think that Kirk would have used the opportunity to speak to 8472 and would have learned the story of how they were pulled out of fluidic space. There would have been a conversation about it. They would have decided that, to send that 8472 back from whence it came. And then there would be, sort of a put your arms down between human beings and 8472. So I think there's always a fear to complete in Voyager because Voyager is not episodic. And when something is episodic, you can fearlessly approach what you're doing and create something exciting and beautiful instead of trying to stretch it out over a long period of time, no matter how weak the story becomes. Kirk definitely would have had a heart-to-heart with 8472 with the aid of Mr. Spock. Anyway, that's Star Trek.
Yep. Agreed. I agree with that. Absolutely. Not for what it's worth. Bubba Doom 1 says, C for Tony Todd. I had an opportunity to speak with him and shake his hand. He's a wonderful man. Oh, I've heard he was a nice feller. That's excellent. Cool stuff. Great feller. That's great. I hope you didn't say Candyman at him 5 times. You would have been in trouble. Simply Steve says, D+, alt title, Hunters Part 2. Electric Boogaloo? 7, knowing that 8472 couldn't be assimilated by the collective, was grating on her Borg side. That's why she turned it over to the Hirogen, otherwise a full episode. Not an Amanda Bear says, B, as much as I make fun of it, I have liked this story genre ever since I read The most dangerous game. That's a long time ago. Well, it's an old story. I don't know when you wrote it, but I mean, I understand. As a kid, clearly, all the writers and actors are mostly phoning it in at this point, though. Well, thank you, Narada Maximander. It's good to see you here, by the way. JJ Kirk, thank you for the super chat, buddy. It says no one cared who the Herosian were until they put on their masks. Oh, okay. Thank you. You didn't have to, I appreciate that super chat. And Michael Beacom says 0. No of you literally fell asleep trying to watch this one and didn't get another chance before the stream time. That's cool. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate it. Lisa says, masks were off this episode. Last mask. Oh, okay. Thank you, Lisa. Sorry about that. Thank you. Martin D with a C has a membership chat. Don't forget the Bangway 7 clips. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you.
And Wagnar's poster.
Where's that at? Oh, yeah. Okay, well, we'll get to them as soon as we finish reviewing the episode, folks. But it wouldn't hurt to remind me again. Max Redstone, what's up, buddy? OMG update for you all. I was able to dance at a bar mitzvah party. Cool. Jewish dancing. The step counter on my cell phone asked if I was having a heart attack. Whoops! So I hope you responded in the resoundingly negative. If you were not.
And Bossman Jilly is taking off. She says, "See you guys later. Night, Jilly.
Good night,
Thank
Jilly.
you for being here.
Thanks for popping in, my dear. Love you." Rob Altus. Good to see you. I said I met Tony Todd and his son at a market. He was so charming and a cool guy. That's cool. Nice to hear that. Eric K says, "C. Why did the first Predator ship all the aliens have to wear masks?" I don't know, but they did. That's right. They're aliens and make the environment something they can all use without a mask. I think if you look like one of the aliens, wouldn't you want to wear a mask? Well, like the Predators do in the movies. If you look like that, I mean, they should have bargained with the 8675309 and get them on your side. You would be unstoppable and get back home quicker. Yeah, I don't think they would want to.
Or at least have a Kirk-like stalemate.
They wouldn't want to join up with a bunch of pansies like the Voyager crew. These guys aren't sissies. D says Fanty Outsidery 8472309. Another Jenny, I got your number, joke. We get it. Wow, you too. Up the buffoonery of the Herogens and full display. You are targeting a species that encompasses an entire dimension. They are a single species in a small part of the galaxy. It says Fanty. And these are really stupid hunters. You hunt 8472309. You got it. You got it for a good time. Oh, so we could do the whole song. You got it. They come for revenge. You are gonna lose. Look what I did. There are trillions of them at minimum. And we're waiting on one more review. While we're doing that, oh yeah, Gwagnar. Oh, hang on a second. Did some nice work. Trekception. There you go. Chipotle, Insane Way, Chicken Man, Tupac. So I can't read that name. Torres, Kim Torres, 7 of 9. There you go. Paris, Dr. Alien. Look at that, folks. Nice work. It's the audience that will be put to sleep. Trekception. From the director of Threshold. Whoa. Gwagnar, that's beautiful, man. Great stuff, buddy. I love it. Everyone, a big shout out and a hand for Gwag. In fact, we owe him something special for that, don't we? What would Gwag like? I know a few things Gwag would like. He would love this one.
Cass. Super Cass.
He would love this too.
Neelix, and I strongly dislike Cass. Hey, did I tell you that I hate Neelix and I strongly dislike Cass? Neelix, and I strongly dislike Cass.
It is green. No bloody A, B, C, or D?
And you know what? Some bonus stuff for Gwag. There we go. Because it's pertinent, it pertains to this episode. So
I want you to incapacitate the creature, not kill it. Can you make that modification?
You're a dumbass.
Yes, but it would require additional time. We must stop it as soon as possible.
She's right. You're a dumbass.
Not until we know why it returned.
You will be exposing this crew to unnecessary risk.
I disagree.
You're a dumbass.
You have your orders set.
Diverted the Hirogen attack. An attack which would have destroyed us.
Maybe not. In any case, the decision wasn't yours to make.
You're a dumbass.
Claim to respect my individuality. But in fact, you are...
You're a dumbass.
As you were.
I'm sorry. Oh, strong words. Now Mark D with the C ends this thrilling episode for us. Hang on. Okay, let's get everything back to normal. All righty then. Mark T. Over there? Oh yeah. A plus. Excuse me, A minus. Sorry. A minus for Mark D. He says conflict between Janeway and Seven was interesting. She was trying to live up to Starfleet ideals while balancing the safety of the crew. Seven is Ahab, willing to shoot first without asking questions. While this is no devil in the dark, I can see a glimmer of that in this story. Writers should have given Janeway a Kirk moment. You ain't gonna get any Kirk moments on this show, did there? By having her save 8472, you know, to 309, and defeat the Hirogen. Instead, they gave us a resolution in which Seven turned out to be correct, where 8472 got the salt vampire treatment. Wow, it did, didn't it? Yeah. Wow, that's nice stuff there. In fact, so much so that I just think we need something special for that. So, everyone, as we end our reviews of the episode tonight, let's make sure we do it right.
I want you to incapacitate the creature, not kill it. Can you make that modification?
You're a dumbass.
Yes, but it would require additional time. We must stop it as soon as possible.
She's right. You're a dumbass.
Not until we know why it returned.
You will be exposing this crew to unnecessary risk.
I disagree.
You're a dumbass.
You have your orders, Seven.
You're a dumbass.
Diverted the Hirogen attack. An attack which would have destroyed us.
Maybe not. In any case, the decision wasn't yours to make.
You're a dumbass.
Claim to respect my individuality. But in fact, you are...
You're a dumbass.
As you.
Wow, I just don't know where that came from.
Hey, everyone.
Welcome.
Hope you enjoyed those.
Nice work. That was nice work, by the way. Thank you.
Thank you. As I was watching that, I'm like, oh, where can I fit the? Because yeah, she doesn't make any sense. I mean, I do like these. I did like these episodes. I don't know, something about them. I did.
Yeah, all right.
I did like, but you know, you can't. You've got, if you're going to write that, you've got to give her an intelligent way to be correct, though. I mean, you can't write Janeway that way and then have Seven turn out to be, because Seven was correct, right? Even the ship would have been lost, but then you've got to come up with, you know, a Corbinite maneuver or something so that Janeway can show that, you know, you can get out of the situation and not, you know, and protect the, you know, your enemy, you know, but yeah, it's just bad writing there. Bad writing.
It's because it's not taught. You start making excuses because the writing's not taught. It's not episodic. You don't encounter species 8472 and have this wonderful meeting of the minds and have these beautiful Kirk moments and these beautiful Spock moments, and then you have to come up with a new idea next week. It turns it into a soap opera where now 8472 is, you know, just another person in the soap opera. And so you have to stretch those stories out, stretch those ideas out. It's a weakness. It's a sign that you're a weak writer. If you get on an episodic television show and you turn it into a serial, or you turn it into a soap opera, what are you like? Why? You're changing the nature of the show.
Yepper. Yes, you are. Well, we only have a couple thousand more to go.
Well, Tony Todd is good in this, and the action was good in it. And the Prometheus, I thought that was a really cool scene. I'm watching it in the upscaled HD, so I don't know how much more. I think it improves it a lot in terms of just watching those special effects. And I 3D printed a Prometheus tonight, but I'm still trying to get it to get it together. But that's why I jumped out for a second. But yeah, it's a cool idea for a ship. And of course, the Star Trek ship nerds, we all love something new and cool like that. But unfortunately, you don't see it. You don't see it again. So it's a shame.
I tried to write a book, The Science of Voyager. It was half a page. The publisher suggested I put it in a Cracker Jacks box.
I mean,
you know what I love? I love that joke all the way, especially the fact that what a Cracker Jack box is, Fiona, and no one else. I mean, you got to be how old to know that? I know I guess
they still make Cracker
still make
Jacks,
those.
Yeah, they do.
I guess.
Yeah, but they're not as popular. I don't think.
But you don't think
Have you seen Cracker Jacks in stores lately? I haven't.
Maybe but yeah, the point being is you used to get a little prize in them and all that stuff. No one even thinks about how the simplicities of life when it was as a kid, you were thrilled to get a little bitty nothing surprise from a Crackerback Jocks. And yes, I say Crackerback Jocks on purpose because I stole it from a comedy thing. What's that?
Do they still have a surprise in the box?
Probably. I want to say if they're making it. Yeah. Oh, what? Oh, now that's true. Somebody said that's right. I forgot about that. Now they just have paper items.
Yeah, you say little
like
figures, right?
They
used to get like little.
Yeah.
Used to get
like a ring or some kind of crazy. Oh man, which reminds me, it's king cake time of the year down here.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, I want a king cake with a baby in it.
Oh well, they don't put the baby in it anymore.
That's
they put it off
dumb.
They put it off to the side because that people get. I mean, the lawsuits, But
well, I had one with a little baby in it, but it was a tiny little.
They put it off to the side. Now they won't put it in. They don't put it in the cake anymore.
Irish. If they were Irish, they would have to eat cake with presents and money in it and all sorts of stuff.
If you got one in the cake, you didn't get it from a bakery down here.
I got it from up here. We have better lawyers.
Somebody probably made it. I mean, like at a bakery or somebody made it. An individual made it, maybe.
It was. I showed it last year, I think, to you guys when I got it.
Okay.
But yeah, because I saw it in the store and it was like king cake.
Might go get a king cake next week.
It was good. Yeah.
Look, for the next 3 weeks, they're going to be down here everywhere. But you got to get the right ones. Hell, even like your basic stores have pretty good ones sometimes. It's expensive, Oh man, I want it like with the strawberry and cream cheese. So
I just want to say that there was some discussion in the chat about the nature of Vulcans, and some people were talking about how like Vulcans are vegetarian and that it's a individual choice and things like that. I think it's super important to allow a character to just exist and to allow a species to exist and to not imbue those characters with our own feelings and to make them more human, right? Prior to Surak, this time of enlightenment, this time of awakening, it's important to realize that Vulcanians were extraordinarily violent. They could not control their emotions. And so now that they're past that, you would definitely know that not only are there indications that they would not like the smell of flesh, but also the fact that there would be a good measure of violence in killing and eating an animal, right? So, for instance, I've killed and gutted chickens. That would not be something that a Vulcanian could do because of the temptation of the violence. And right now I have Gene Roddenberry's Bible for the characters right in front of me, and he discusses the stoicism, and he discusses the show of emotion and the privacy and the stoicism as being the most important thing in Vulcan culture. As in fact, he says that doing the opposite of that, in Gene Roddenberry's own words, would be considered the grossest of sins on Vulcan. So
Good night, Lisa.
Good night, Lisa. So I think it's important for folks who really like Voyager and who perhaps aren't that familiar with TOS to realize that when you change characters, when you change species to the point where they are no longer remarkable, and they are no longer the species you knew, you are removing the specialness of those characters of those species, right? And it's also important too to remember that if you want to create a new character, you totally can. But trying to make somebody else's vision, somebody else's dream, somebody else's story into your own without respecting what came before is not okay with me. And I realize some of you are perhaps a little bit annoyed with me tonight, but I just want you to know that that doesn't matter to me, because showing fidelity to TOS maintains the integrity of the entire intellectual property of Star Trek. If we turn all of these characters into things that we can move around and shape and make less special, then what ends up happening is we pull Star Trek apart and it's not interesting anymore. And I think we have witnessed that in the new romantic, emotional Vulcans that you see in The Filth. And that's all I'm going to say on it.
Good night, Max.
Night, Max.
Member Shack for 17 months. Thank you, Max. Good to see you, buddy. Thank you. Well, I didn't see it. Was anyone just disagreeing, or they were having problems? Or they were mad?
No, disagreeing, but then it sparks a lengthy conversation in defense of certain ideas, and I just think that it's really important to realize that sometimes there is no pushback. And I think that in modern times, especially through social media, people think that if they push back, that's good enough to prove that that's not the case. And pushing back doesn't negate what was the intention of the original creators of Star Trek and of the original species, right? And that's to say nothing of the fact that Spock is half human, and he is really embarrassed by it. Imagine if Spock was pure Vulcan. So it's important that we look at the Kolinar and we look at Ponfar and we look at violence and we look at Surak and we look at the time of the awakening, and we allow Vulcanians to be special. They don't have to be romantic. They don't have to pray. They don't have to do all these silly things. And I know, I love eating a cheeseburger, so it's not like I'm here defending vegetarianism, but there are just some things that we have to accept. And I'm going to say this again. Remember, Vulcanians originally started as robots. And that's where Seth MacFarlane obviously got his ideas for his show, The Orville.
Michael Bickham, thank you for the super chat. Says going to lurk mode on this COVID evening. Be seeing you. Thank you, Michael, and shout out to the wonderful Cassandra. I hope she's doing better, buddy. Larry is asking where he can see the Bible.
Oh, I can send you the Bible.
Oh, cool. There you go.
I have it downloaded. I download them because they put them up and take them down, and
or just stay in a hotel overnight and check your drawer there.
No, it's not a Gideon Bible.
I don't think they put them in hotels anymore, dude. What are you talking about? The 90s and
it's a show Bible.
I still see them sometimes. Yeah,
not anymore. We have to have series Bible. Yeah, but all I can tell you is this: it's maybe it's an assumption on my part, because I don't think I've read the whole series Bible anytime recently. Anyway, for sure, I've seen parts of it. That when I'm when I watched that episode the other day. And I remember they mentioned that Tuvok, mentioned the part about mentioning his family going praying for him and all this kind of crap. Even I stopped, as I probably did last time I saw this episode, one and only time, and said, Vulcans are religious? When did that happen?
Yeah.
No. And then, of course, when you mentioned as far as the eating meat thing, someone made a joke in the chat of what, Vulcans are vegans? Hey, the episode All Our Yesterdays, Spock clearly states that Vulcans don't eat meat. Christopher Boswell, hello there. Welcome.
Hey, and you're joining us from X. So cool.
Also,
Christopher,
Awesome.
yes.
you would like a copy of the Bible as well? Which one? The one for Voyager, TNG, TOS? Do you want the one for TOS? Please let me know, and I will find a way to pass that along to you. I have a closed profile on X, but I can definitely get those documents to you.
Yeah.
I have them downloaded because they put up and take down documents on the internet, and I wanted the real McCoys, pun intended, so I downloaded them. So I don't know. Maybe I could send them to Clobby, and Clobby could share them with you.
I mean, yeah, if you just follow, you gotta be. I guess we got to follow each other. I don't know how that works, but yeah.
Yeah. Try and get a hold of either Mark D with
Or
the
you could share it on Twitter. You could share it to Twitter, I guess, right? If you find the you're sharing the actual.
Yeah.
You saved the document. Now it's not a
Yeah.
link to a document.
Yeah.
It might still be available on the interwebs somewhere too. I mean,
Mhm.
not that we don't mind sharing it, but
It's everywhere, probably.
Yeah, it's everywhere, and some of it is scanned images, and some of it is digitized.
We could put a link in our chat right here, can't we?
Yeah, yeah,
I
we
think
could.
so.
Yeah, if we can find, try to find it. Yep.
So anyway, yes. But yeah, it just strikes me that Vulcans, they have mysticism. For example, even in Trek 3, when Admiral What's-His says, Jim, frankly, I've never understood Vulcan mysticism. Says you don't have to believe. So I mean, mysticism, he calls it.
Mhm.
I don't think they're religious in that sense, that the way Bajorans are, or humans are in some cases. I don't think. It just doesn't seem like, because they are devoted to total aljika. It's just total aljika.
Mhm.
I'm saying it in Vulcan, like the motion picture. So anyway,
Yeah. And it's also important to realize too that if Jean's conceptualization was stoicism, then we have to look at anyway, you're looking at practical virtue. You're not looking at virtue that comes from God or whatever. Anyway, this is a whole separate show unto itself where I would need to pull in resources to explain it. But yeah, it's just, there's a difference between meditating to keep emotions away and going to a temple to pray and to have an offering because you miss your husband. So it like I said earlier, I understand that Star Trek fans want everything in Star Trek to work, but if you don't hold the writers accountable for when they shit the bed, you wind up with the filth. And that's why I've always thought of Star Trek quality as centrifugal. You start with TOS, it's really good. Then, while Gene is still alive, TNG is pretty good. Everyone's still afraid of totally ruining it, right? Well, TAS was just absolutely wonderful because Gene was right there until the corporation came in and DC Fontana and Gene walked away from that. But then you get DS9, which is all about war and religion, which Gene specifically spoke against, especially in his humanist interview, that I have provided to many folks before. He was interviewed over a series of several days. I think it's more than 4 days by Humanist Magazine, where he discussed issues like arguing with people like Pillar over whether or not, they should criticize religion in Star Trek, about whether or not he wanted that, about things like how his ideas weren't viable in a Judeo-Christian telecast, like TV shows, and so when we look at fidelity, we have to look at the whole picture of what is happening on Star Trek, and to assume that Gene Roddenberry is a Christian who is bringing forth Christian ideas, for instance, that doesn't match up with the truth. So pushing back that Katra is something that would be, you know, something religious or heartfelt or something like that is just it. You can push back, but the thing is that it's not a real pushback, because it holds no weight. It has no strength behind it, because, you know, we originally started, like you said, with a robot, where you could like open him up. Like he was more like Data, right? So anyway, it's just something for folks to consider, because I think that if you start with Voyager and you watch Voyager and that's your idea of Vulcanian society, of course you're going to look at the Spock view, who is half human, and you're going to say to yourself, well, this isn't fun. It's so much more fun if it can be like this. And so, you know, and that's how we wound up with the filth. And that's unfortunate. But if I owned Star Trek and Star Trek was something I wrote and it belonged to me, I certainly wouldn't want people undoing it or pushing back against the ideas, because that's the created universe. That's what makes Star Trek special. And you know, you can write whatever you want to write and create universes all on your own. Yes, Fiona, he was very much a determined atheist. Yes.
Deity was not involved. It was my cross-circuiting to A, which saved the Doctor. Well, then thank pitchforks and pointed ears, as long as it worked, Jim. So there you go. That was Spock's commentary on.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
So I posted I found the TNG Bible. I'm trying to find the original the link that originally had it is gone. I think I have it saved somewhere, but if I can find it, let's see if I've got it here. Oh, I found a nice, neat copy of it. Here we go. Here's a link. Yep. Let me.
Is it the digitized one or the scanned one?
Yeah, it's a nice digitized one. It looks like.
Okay.
Hark. I think she's just shy. That's all. She'll come out of her bubble one of these days.
No, but do you see what I'm saying? It's like
it's
gotten out of control. It's totally gotten out of control. Our ideas that we can shape the characters in our own mind to suit our own needs and our own beliefs. And I have no dog in this fight. I'm an agnostic. But if a character is an atheist, it's okay if I watch the show, even though I don't agree with it. You know, I'm a student of Socrates. I believe that I cannot profess to know that which is unknowable. Right. So I make no assumptions about being religious or not being religious. But I just think that if you come to a television show, a film, or a book, and you must read religion or your own thoughts and your own feelings into something, that you're really doing yourself a disservice, because there is a variety of people out there, and it's okay to accept difference. That was Gene Roddenberry's whole idea. If you sit down with Star Trek and you like eating cheeseburgers, so you prefer to believe that all Vulcanians are very individual, and some of them are meat eaters, and some of them are vegan, and some of them are vegetarian, and you're going to push back on that. Okay, push back on that, but it's deluding yourself, because it's just not the fact. And it's the same with the religion thing. You know, if you're going to push back and say, well, you know, some people on Vulcan might be religious. No, Sybok was a pariah. He would be, and you have to understand that breaking the boundaries of that of Kolinar, of being purged of emotion, would lead to chaos in that society, because they're big, they're strong, they're different than us, and they would murder one another. They were incredibly violent with their thoughts, and even have an ability to communicate through mind melts with one another. This society would very quickly unravel without this extreme discipline that they have forced upon themselves. And so once again, it's okay. You can push back and say, well, I think there are some religious and spiritual Vulcans, but what does that pushback yield if it's simply not true? So that's basically what I'm trying to say. It
like the episode,
pisses me off.
Mortal Coil a few episodes ago with Neelix, and he quote unquote died, and then there was no afterlife, which was a big component of that story in that episode. But that's why it's dangerous too to write that kind of stuff or get into that kind of area, because then you're commenting on faith and religion and what comes after. So yeah, and of course we're all upset that Neelix came back to life. Just kidding, Neelix, if you're out there listening. But that gets into a danger area too, I think, when you're dealing with fiction and things like that, where you're you want to stay away from that in the sci-fi universe. You can allude to it, or Star Trek, obviously the original series, it had Apollo in that episode. I just got that new cool ornament. But
apologize to Neelix.
Yeah, I did.
Oh,
I'm
my
such a
God.
nice guy. Yeah, and I'm getting airlock now, right?
What in the hell did you just do? Are you crazy?
Your agonizer, please.
Poor guy, but he was dead. He was dead. He was all dead. He was not mostly dead. He was all dead.
By the way, thank you, Sean Carter. You're too nice. Thank you so much for that. Very much appreciated, sir. He says, the defense of Raquel per se, but if you disagree with what she said, that's Trek. If you're annoyed, that's not Trek. I don't, that's, in other words, disagree is one thing, being annoyed is another. Exactly. I doubt anyone here would argue that, but many filth fans would. Yeah, but that's what, because they're filth fans, they're not Trek fans. So yeah, I absolutely. Good point, well made, Sean. Thank you so much. In other words, disagree. You don't have to be angry with someone about it. Yeah. There you go. But yeah, we're right there on the same page with you, sir.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Christopher Boswell, yeah, I would definitely encourage you to look back on Clobby's. Clobby did a review with me on TOS, and you can actually hear directly from Gene Roddenberry on that particular episode, and how Judeo-Christian ideas and the networks and the studios influence parts of Star Trek, of what would be acceptable to be on air and what wouldn't be. And I would definitely get you to tune to that Humanist article too, where he spoke at length over several days. This wasn't just your garden variety interview that happens over the course of 15 minutes or even 2 hours. This was several days right before he died. And so he definitely didn't want anyone making fun of religion. And that's where he got into a discussion with Pillar. In that Humanist article, he speaks about it. And all you have to do is press Control F when you're in that Humanist article. And you can search out any of these terms. And if you're not into reading it, I think one time when I read it, it was like 82 pages in one format and 52 in another. It's quite a long article. It's wonderful. And there you can connect with what Gene really intended for his ideas. And that's okay. I love Carl Sagan. I'm not an atheist. I love Carl Sagan. But what happens in Contact, it doesn't mean that Carl Sagan, on his deathbed said, I believe in God, I believe in God. We don't have to do that, right? It's okay if you're an atheist. It's okay if you're an agnostic. It's okay if you're a Buddhist. It's okay if you're, a Church of Jesus Christ, a Latter-day Saints, a Mormon, or if you're a Christian. We can all be together. And what I find bizarre is that people are trying to push it one way or the other, when Gene's entire idea is that we would all come together and we would not push one another away for these differences. So this is why I'm saying that the pushback is illogical, and it's only happening inside of you. It's not real if you're somebody who wants to come to it and say, well, in my mind, this is what's happening, because there's a greater story being told that is supposed to help us grow and improve society. And that's why Star Trek is a cultural phenomenon globally and not just a story.
And with that, we will start making our way out of here, because we've been on for quite some time. I want to thank everybody for being here with us tonight. Thank you for that, number one. Fiona did give us something. Let's see. What was it? I don't know what this is. Song you're making up, Fiona. Now sit right back and you'll hear a tale of a one-way trip. It started from a wormy hole aboard this dumbass ship. There was the mate was a stupid, pretty boy. A skipper, dumb for sure. 5 officers burned their lips that day on Neelix soap de jour. Soup de jour. Neelix soap de jour. Pretty boy, insane way too. Will do their very best to endanger the entire crew by keeping Neelix pest. Oh my God, I love you, Fiona. Max would be proud. Absolutely, Max would be proud of you, Fiona. I got to keep that in stock, and we'll show it to Max next time.
I come up with a solution that I wouldn't normally be able to participate in, but I can put. Oh, Mark's already taken care of it. Oh, there we go.
What now?
Mark put up Roddenberry's 1991 humanist interview. Thank you so much, Mark. And did you manage to find the TOS Bible?
I did find it too. And someone said the link wasn't clickable, but I put the
because I can always upload that to my Patreon and make it public, and then folks can grab it from Patreon if they'd like.
That edu link should work. It was working for me, so hopefully that link should work now. I put
it in the chat here.
Yeah. So I don't know. I guess did YouTube get rid of the clickable links now? You have to copy and paste the link.
I don't know. They're being so combative toward one another.
The humanist interviews on there. That made it. Let's see what else.
Yeah, no, but you can't click on it. Did the Facebook make it, or maybe you can't click on your own links?
Let me see if I can put.
I can't click on any of the links anymore. I mean, I can copy and paste them, but hopefully that one's working. That second one.
Star Trek Writer's Director's Guide also worked. PDF.
Yeah,
those two things you posted, I was able to follow them. So
okay, good.
Everybody, there's your links right there.
I don't have to do that.
Sometimes the best verse is way back. I refreshed it, so I lost. No, I got it. I found it. Or did I miss that one? No, I'm sorry. Well, collect them up or something. You can, if you want to send them to me later, if you don't mind, you don't have to. But they're fun. I love them.
Oh, they're working for me. Bubba Doom says, and Larry says, got them all. Good. And you know. I do, not to toot our own horn, but I really, Clobby and I really did a really good job. Like I was super rusty. I wasn't really sure how I wanted the show to be. Like, should I be a scholar? Should I just be a girl hanging out with her friend? I wasn't sure how to be when Clobby and I were doing TOS together. But one thing I will tell you is we used vetted scholarly text, like original source material and scholarly things and vetted things, and you can get all the information that you ever wanted to know about the development of Star Trek the original series by watching that, even though it's painful to watch because I'm horrible, because I feel like a fish out of water being an academic who's also trying to do this Star Trek show with this guy I just met. So I'm a bit of a nincompoop, but
don't be silly.
The materials that were used when we covered TOS made these conversations that we're currently having on Voyager unequivocal. They made these assertions irrefutable. These were incontrovertible facts. It would be like going to Tolkien and telling Tolkien, no, you didn't really understand your story. I understand it better than you. And so if I sort of seem a little pissed off about that, I am. Because as an author, I always tell Mark and Clobby, if or when you're supposed to visualize your success when I do make it, even though it's an if for me. I definitely don't want people coming to my writing and saying, well, I think that this is what she really meant and this is what she wanted. No, it's very, very clear what I want. And I don't want anything read into the Socratic dialectic that I create in my purposefully non-hegemonic, non-hyper-didactic writing. I don't want religion and politics to be a part of it. I want it to be the experience of the reader. And so that's why I seem so passionate and enthusiastic about it. These things are incontrovertible. They just are. and go back and hear it from the horse's mouth, the guy who wrote it. You wouldn't walk up to Tolkien and say, you didn't really understand your story. I understood it better. Anyway, that's it.
No, you wouldn't. Well, so here's for those who haven't, because we haven't put this in there a long time. There is a link to my Saturday Night Star Trek playlist. Anybody wants to go back into the old days and when we reviewed the original series, it's all there. Should be anyway. And that way you can make sure I put it there right.
Yes, Larry. My voice was higher pitched. Women tend to do that in social situations. There's a whole bunch of science behind the reason why. But I can totally admit right now that my reason was I was scared shitless. I was in a room filled with Trekkies, and I was sitting across the table from Clobby. I didn't know how much he knew or didn't know about Star Trek, and I also felt incredibly uncomfortable not having information directly in front of me. As an academic and as a teacher, I really, really like having the direct information in front of me, so I can say 1964. April 3rd, 1964, page 2 of this document, and then share it with people. And so I was very much a fish out of water, a complete nincompoop. And I don't even know why Clobby wanted to continue with me. I'm embarrassed by how awkward and weird and frightened I was. But yeah,
I never got any of that. What did I miss?
I'm embarrassed by those shows because I didn't make the proper, like, you think you were embarrassed. You know how I do this, for example? Now I make the show card and all that kind of crap. I did all kind of stupid shit, like going to Google and showed pictures of the episode and all that kind of dumb crap.
No,
May not seem much to you, but I hated that. I was horrible. I thought I was horrible. We didn't know what we were doing. We were just starting out. We didn't know each other that well, like we do now.
Yeah,
it took us a long time. To get into the groove, like it does anything when you first start out.
Yeah,
but we also had the advantage of talking about something we loved. But look, I'll be perfectly honest with all of you. I'm original Trek all the way. Original series. I have when we do the shittiest of episodes, I still have the fun because I love Raquel. The time we barely knew each other.
Yeah,
we didn't know, we couldn't finish each other's sentences and all that other kind of stuff because we started learning about each other, how much we had in common. We didn't know yet, so it was totally different.
And you can be afraid of the chat. Like, we've cultivated a community here, but there was a time when I was quite frightened of the chat. And I also had a lot to learn. Like when I first came to YouTube as a communications and technology scholar and somebody who had even worked in radio. As a matter of fact, I used to teach broadcasting for a short time. I had this idea that, I would try and make it as professional as possible. And I was quite worried because everyone was being very political at the time. I was terrified to say even a single thing wrong. And when you're in that position, you can't be yourself. But I also had a lot to learn socially. Like, I didn't realize how ridiculous the algorithms were. So I wouldn't hop over words like I do now. Now I give into it because I realize that many of the algorithms and the platforms are silencing adult conversation that is non-political. Like, for instance, Clobby and I aren't political here. I have been a classical liberal my entire life. And here I was hanging out with people who were extremely conservative. And so you feel frightened. And so now that people have gotten to know me and they realize who I am, I think I'm not quite as frightened of everyone, but I was scared. I was like a scared rabbit when I first started on here. So if the TOS reviews suck, it's entirely because of me, not Clobby.
No, it's me.
So
that's everything. I'm the captain. It's my job for it to be my fault. So
I think they're pretty damn good.
Well, thanks. Thank you. We had a pretty good crowd. We had a lot of fun. Wasn't as big of the crowd as we have now, but it was, we had a lot of fun. But I was more passionate about it because it was original Trek, especially the first two seasons. I mean, I could, for example, if we were to any Voyager episode or even a TNG or whatever, I have to make sure I watch it that week. I could not. If we were talking real Trek, and for whatever reason in the second season I didn't get a chance to watch, let's say we were going to review for one of a mock time, for example. Naturally, I tried to watch them all before, but I would never. I've watched it so many times.
It wouldn't
I
matter.
don't need to. It doesn't matter. It's like
It
Blake
just wouldn't
7.
matter.
Yeah, I mean, I still watch it. But
Yeah.
anyway.
But you watch it
And
for
when we
fun,
were
too.
reviewing Mock Time and everybody's flooding the chat with all of this trivia and saying all of this empty stuff that some of it was true and some of it wasn't true, the whole time my brain is just going off like it was like I had popcorn in my skull, because I'm thinking to myself, well, wait, you can't just say that about that person, that person did this or that person did that. Where are your resources? Where are your sources? And are they original source material, so that it's not just some rumor or something somebody heard at a convention? And so I felt so weird about things. I had a lot to learn, and so now it's a lot different than it used to be,
Yeah.
and I think people were in a different political space at that time too. It was super scary at that time. Like everyone, they were like raw nerves. You could say a word wrong just because you were scared and you're cold reading, and 15 people would jump all over you and they would be really upset with you. So, I mean, things change. 3 years later, it's much different. And now it's like Clobby's like my family. I think of Mark like my brother who lives across the country. And
Thank
it's
you.
cool. It's cool. It's really cool.
Oh my goodness, Bubba Doom, that is too kind. But I'm not worthy. But I want to thank you for that. I mean, I don't know what to say, but you're very, very kind. Thank you for your generosity. He says, why do I keep coming back and letting y'all distract me from chores and hobbies? Y'all are yourselves and good people. The old man taught me, don't be afraid to be yourself, no matter who's in the room.
Yeah.
Y'all are great. So are you, Bubba. Man,
Thanks, Bubba.
and not just
Thank
because
you.
I'm biased towards your avatar of that actor from that TV show that no one remembers, Struck by Lightning. But I love Jack Elam, by the way. Yes, the actor's Jack Elam, one of my favorite actors of that time. And I can't believe that show lasted like 3 weeks. And it was a parody on the Frankenstein's monster. It was called Struck by Lightning. And you've got it as an avatar. That means we're the same blood, my friend. Yeah. That's amazing. But thank you so much. You're too kind and too generous. I really appreciate that, buddy. I don't know what to say, but it touches me. And yeah, and then that playlist has them all on there, by the way. And one more thing from Fiona, then we'll get out of here. Because Fiona, she had more of her song. She said, with Bang Way, Chipotle to the pretty boy and his beach and his bitch wife, the former Borg, the Halo and Chicken Man, here on Braga's Moon. I love it. Well, thank you, Fiona. We love you. You're fantastic. Everybody. Well, again, here's the thing: over these few years, whether you just started hanging out with us within the last few months, or you've been here for years, a few people that hung out with us back then aren't with us anymore. As far as, and I'm not talking about that way, but I mean, we don't see them anymore. That's happened. But for the most part, a great chunk of you have been here the whole ride, and some of you popped in over just the past couple of years, whatever it is. What a group! There's no group on YouTube like this. I mean, there are plenty of bigger ones, but there's nothing. No group this great. No bunch of amazing people here. We're all very welcoming. We all have a good time.
Oh, we love you, Greg. You are such a good friend, and thank you for my Legion ring, and thank you for just being such a kind and thoughtful friend. And I'm sorry for the big mess tonight. And I just love that it turned into exactly what Clobby wanted, which was a mini Star Trek convention every Saturday night. It's just become so much fun. And I think it's something really, really special. And shutting off my teacher mode and not being so worried about making a mistake that I was making mistakes, I think it helped me to settle into it and helped me to cultivate friendships here and to have a really good time. And so it's just a bunch of people hanging out, just the way that Clobby always wanted it to be.
Well, we thank you all for being here with us tonight. We're going to start making our way out of here because we kept you up quite a bit. We're up here. I mean, this is almost to the 4-hour range. So I know that,
Well, thank you, everyone.
know,
Wow.
yeah, and I
That's
know.
awesome.
Well, Raquel's got to be getting tired as well. So number one, any final words?
Yeah, let's get started. First, I want to say thank you to the chat. Hail to the chat. Thank you so much. You know, it's pretty gosh darn special that you show up here and you guys all know one another, and you have all of these brilliant things to say. Not only are you smart and funny and kind and engaging, but you all are just such great conversationalists, and you bring that effort forward, and the platform doesn't make it easy. It's, in fact, it's a massive pain in the ass, especially the algorithms that are auto completing and auto correcting and driving you all up the wall and then dumping you out of our chat. I just want you to know how much we care about you all. So thank you so much for being here tonight and for just joining in to this wonderful Saturday night Star Trek, this wonderful little mini Star Trek convention brought to you by CLOBBERIN. I want to thank all the wrenches for all their hard work tonight. Thank you for just helping everyone in the community to build this sense of community, to build these friendships. We can't do this without the wrenches, and they're just fabulous. I want to give a special shout out to Larry, and Chris Persia. Thank you for everything that you do for CLOBBERIN in trying to build up his channel and make it bigger. I love you guys. I want to thank everyone who joined us on X tonight, whether you revealed yourself or you didn't. Thank you so much for watching us on X. I want to thank all of the lurkers. You know, at the end of the week, this turns into 200, 300, sometimes more than 300 people. And that's due to the lurkers coming here to watch a rewatch on YouTube, or downloading it onto a device and taking it on vacation or taking it on the bus with them. So thank you to all of the lurkers. I also want to thank everyone who gave the boss gifts. You know, my buddy, this Mike Clubby Alonzo guy, he used to own a comic book shop. He's retired now, and this is his little project. And you and your generosity keep the lights on at this virtual comic book shop so that we can all be a part of his magic. So thank you so much for your gifts. Incredibly thoughtful. And I just want you to know how grateful we are for them. If you're not a member, please feel free to join. We have a club. He does a one-on-one. He's a subject matter expert in cartoons and Star Trek. You will love hanging around with this Southern gentleman. He is second to none as far as I'm concerned in real life. And we also have some silly emojis that you can have a great fun with. If you're not ready for that, but you had a great time tonight, can you do me a favor? Can you go and clobber the like button right now, and cast it in so doing, you're casting your vote. And can you hit the sub button, and can you also please hit the notification bell? Then you'll know when Clubby is on, and you're going to have so much fun with this guy. I love this human being so much so that I'm actually going to go and meet him and see him in real life. I love this person. Over the last 3 years, we've actually known each other for almost 4, but we were just kind of hanging out on Twitter before. I just love him so much. I want to thank Mark. Mark, thank you for everything you do for us behind the scenes. Thank you for being such a great friend to Clubby and being a great friend to me. You are a beautiful person. I love all your funny videos and all the cool stuff you say. And I hope everyone will follow you on YouTube. And I hope everyone will follow your projects like the Killer Cornucopia. And last but certainly not least, I just want to say, Clubby, I love you. Mike Clubby Alonzo, you are the quintessential Southern gentleman. And I would love to sit under a tree with you and sip a mint julep and have McCoy tell us about how great his baked beans are. I love you so much, sweetheart. And a final shout out really quick. If you like episodic, classic episodic science fiction that doesn't tell you what to think, it doesn't tell you what to feel, it doesn't try to do any type of weird stuff, you just like stories, you might like my stuff. You can find it at Barnes & Noble. You can find it at Amazon. And you can even get it for 99 cents each. per story. They're short stories. I want to thank Larry, Tony Stark, Sean Carter, Penny Lane, Shooter, Gwagnar, Dave C., Chris Perja, Scuba and Leslie Pete, Eric K. and Kirby, Enigmatic Dropper, Michael and Cassandra Beacon, Mark D. with the C, Anti-Derivative Jill, Jelly Jill, Maximum Redstone, JJ Cook, Dabman and the Dabman Clan, Lord and Lady Thoth, and of course Lance, Rob, Altus, and Tyler. Those folks are the amazing human beings who are backing my new book that will be out shortly. It's coming up, folks. I think it's going to be in the next month or two. The new book will be out. And now I need to be quiet because I talked for way too long. Clobby?
Well, thank you so much for all those wonderful words. We love you. And I want to finish up this one super chat here. Sean Carter, thank you again. You're too kind, my friend. He said, I think after Enterprise, you should go back and review your top 5 TOS episodes in depth. One show or mark, one for Clobby, one for oh yeah, good idea, very good, capital idea. Thank you so much, and we will do that absolutely. Amongst other things, once we get through with Enterprise, it'll still be Trek Talk on Saturday nights, no question about it.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Oh, by the way, SP4H, good to see you, and Canadian Spidey. What's up, hey, Canadian Spidey. Spider-Man, my friend, buddy? Good to see you all. All right, well, Marco.
Oh, well, thank you,
words?
Raquel. Oh, yeah,
Polo.
yeah. Polo, I'm here.
You know I should have said that.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Just having a lot of fun hanging out with you guys, of course. And thank you, Raquel, for those kind words. As I always say, clobbering times, and I wonder who the hell you're talking about. But thank you.
We're not worthy of that.
But and dittos right back at you. There will be a Sunday Night Geekery tomorrow night. Looking forward to that. Gary's going to be on from Pop Culture Minefield, talking about his new comic that he's got crowdfunding, and he's an incredible, amazing Star Trek artist as well. So I got to see if I can get some photos of that, or images to show so we'll start the Geekery talking a little bit about that.
Sure.
And of course we'll be back for the next week, of course. I never mentioned Friday Night Fortnite, so we always have a fun time hanging out with Lisa, Dadman, and JT Kirk and the gang there. Mandalorian is the guy and a bunch of other friends pop in and out. So I should mention that more often too. So Friday night is Fortnite night, just to hang out too. So we had a fun night last night. We got a lot of wins last night. I stink at the game, but it's a lot of fun. So, as always, it's great hanging out with everyone here. It's much appreciated, you guys, and we've got some things coming up, and I'm trying to finish it before Tuesday. Actually, I just clipped that clip, the Generations clip, but got a bunch of projects I'm trying to do, but work has been busy, which is good. So trying to juggle everything, but it's always fun here. It's not a job here, but sometimes the other stuff has to come first. But it's always great to hang out with it in the chat. Thanks to the chat, everyone tonight. Yeah, it's always so much fun hanging out here, and I'd much rather be here than watching a sports ball game, right? So it was thanks everyone. It was really, really a lot of fun.
Well, thank you. And of course, by the way, everyone, episodes next week. 4 more of Voyager. Retrospect, The Killing Games Part 1 and 2, and Omega, not Glory, the directive. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Omega Glory.
Yeah. Show notes and shouty outs. Here we go. Let's see up in here again tomorrow night. The aforementioned Sunday Night Geekery, the great Mark D with the C's channel. If you've not gone to his channel and subscribed, please do. Come see us Sunday nights. Good way to finish up the week, geeking out late at night if you can't get to sleep. And we'll try to put you to sleep with some eatery, make you too hungry to sleep. There you go. There you go. And then I'll be at J-Man's channel, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 Central, Monday night of our Legion of Superheroes review with J-Man and Sean and myself. And then later that night, I'll do me some classic comics random review stuff. Some Clobby's classic comics random reviews. And then Wednesday night, Salty Texas, Salty Traveling Sea. My buddy will be hanging out with. We'll talk some Doctor Who and some other stuff. And then, of course, the Clubhouse. Don't forget the Clubhouse Thursday nights. where number one and Raquel and myself, we've got some Blake 7 and Star Trek comics reviews, amongst other geekery. Tuesdays and Thursday nights, I'm at the great Tom Connors channel on 6 p.m. Central with that amazing group. We love Tom and Midnight's Edge people. And Loki on Wednesday nights, the round table, the comic round table. And on Friday nights, back to the great J-Man's channel, 7 Eastern, 7 Central, reviewing all of Frank Miller's Daredevil run with J-Man and Sean and myself. A lot of fun with that classic we're having. And sometimes it can be over at the Friday Night Comic Shop with the Friday Night Comic Shop lads, 8:30 Central, with our buddy 32 Flavors of Nick Weiser's channel, which you can also find on Tuesday nights. Mark over there at Toxic Tuesdays. And again, don't
that's
forget.
Right. I forgot to mention that. Yep. Thank you.
They got you. Tuesdays on the great Nick Weiser's channel for Toxic Tuesday. Good old toxic masculine movies that you will love. And don't forget, everybody. I'm going to do a Batman, Adam West Batman show this week. I mean, this month, because this January is the Adam West Batman and Blake 7 month for my, which the two of the things that made me the geek that I am today. So,
and how old is that show now? It was 66. It was 66, obviously.
Batman was 66, and Blake 7 was 1978. So,
God, I remember watching those as a kid so much. God.
We'll talk about them. Don't worry.
Yep.
Okay, we're gonna do our shout outs now. Number one, did you want to hang or did you need to run? I know it's cold there.
Yeah, I should probably scoot, but I just want to tell everyone in Alberta, just be careful. And I want to say goodnight to Gwagnar. Sorry for the trouble tonight, and please stay safe. And I'm glad you were not in the rolling blackout list. I hope we make this through without any rolling blackouts. A shout out to Rod Thunderheart and everyone else in Alberta. Please stay safe. According to the online sources in weather, it's supposed to be minus 44 Celsius this evening, and rolling blackouts at that time. It's a pretty scary idea. So just take care, everyone. And I only have 2 lights on right now, and so I'm about to shut them off as per the Alberta government and emergency broadcasting requests. So I am going to duck out now. But I love you all.
Okay.
Thank you for putting up with
Stay
me.
safe.
Thank you for being my
Stay
friend.
warm.
Night, everyone.
Stay safe. Love you, number one. Fiona says, and we have some new friends on the channel. Sci-Fi Nation. Okay. Sci-Fi Nation. Now, everyone, if you have not, and I don't know if I know them, so let me go. Maybe I need to go subscribe as well. Please go. Who is? I am subscribed. I'm subscribed to them, Fiona. I think I know them. Well, obviously you're friends with them, Fiona, so that's good enough. So please go subscribe to Sci-Fi Nation and check them out if you would. Let's see. Alrighty then. Okay, shout outs time, folks. Shout out times. The great Eric K. the Bronze, now for the wrenches, of course. Eric K. the Bronze Wrencher, Vindicator Wrench of the Great White North. Chris Persha, D. Bud Martin, the Wrench of Iron. Lord Thought, the God of the Wrenches. Avon lives long, live the Legion, my friend. J-Man, Wrench Without Fear, and Partner Crime on Earth B, Legionnaire, and Frank Miller, Reviewer Extraordinaire, amongst other things. Great pal and author. Maddie's Daddy, Via de Vinci Mjolnir, Fanty Out, Steven Kal-El, Super Wrench, Fanty Outsidey, the Rascally Wrench himself, Hungry Boy Master of the Claboni, Maximum Redstone, our own Music Meister, and our newest member of the Pantheon, Larry. Thank you, Larry. We appreciate you, buddy. And now I will shout out all of you, dear friends, who joined us tonight here. The wonderful, lovely Princess Fiona. Fiona, thanks for being here. Let's see here. Our communications officer, Anti-Derivative Jill, was here. And of course, needless to say, our chief engineer, Mark D, was here, of course, as well. All right, who else was here with us, though? Empress NM. We'll do this really quick, everybody, but we'll get everybody in real quick. FKHC 2005 Hike Scooter. Guagnar. I'm so sorry about all the problems, Guagnar, tonight. I'm saying that YouTube was singling you out like that. I'm terribly sorry. Classic Comics. Simply Steve Buddy. DJ Play Nice. Raymond Feliciano, Sandra Feliciano, King Dolphin TV in color. Bubba Doom 1, thank you so much, my friend. Really appreciate you, sir. Penny, Dave C, JT Kirk. Go Lions, man. The Browns disappointed me today. I don't want the Lions.
Wow, yeah, that was a shellacking.
Well, first half they were hanging. And then, what is wrong with those Browns? I don't want the Lions pulling that one on me. Come on. Doc Fortune, Lisa, Apollome's Million and the Pupper, CLS Studios, Keely Chow. Okay, roll Tide for roll. Well, you roll without Saban. Sorry. Had to.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, Ray Lucard. The Tetrarch of Apathy. Mazarus. Mrs. Flu. Where's that Mr. Flu?
Yeah.
But I'd rather have you any day.
Flu?
Yeah, you're way better than Mr. Flu. Don't tell him we said that, though. We love Mr. Flu. He's a great guy, man. Michael Beacom and the lovely Cassandra. Rod Thunderheart, my friend. Muhammad Saeed. And they call him Scuba, Pete and Leslie. Minimus. I didn't write his name right. A happy birthday to Minimus. Huh?
Yeah, happy birthday.
Maximum Red Star. Oh, sorry, got Max. Sorry. Maria of T and Telly. RRT and Z. Sean Carter of Mars. The lovely, beautiful 6. Herc 130. Brogu from my old hometown. Parker Luck. Dadman at the Dadman Clan shout out. Professor R2. Rob Altus, buddy. Touring Machine. Zathras. Value of Nothing. Kronos Godwisen. Claude Saling. Son Lee. Fancy Outsider. I already got you, but you're an old timer. The Walk Breaker. Makani Draws. Captain Infinity and Beyond. Wolfie. West Kegel. Delighted Axaman the Bear. Christopher Boswell. SP4H. And of course, the great Canadian Spider-Man. Does whatever Canadian Spider can. So, good to see you all. Oh, so they visited us last Thursday. Said, okay, I got you, Fiona. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. You rock, Fiona. Thank you. All right. Good night, everybody. Have a great one, and we'll just we'll get out of here and have an extraordinary remainder of your weekend. Trek on, and stay warm if you can.
Good night, everyone.
I'm down here in the tropics. We don't get much of the cold stuff, but we feel for you. For those of you fighting the colds and the freezing, stay warm, my friends. Good night, everybody. Trek on and clobber on.
is because you're a dumbass.
There's only one thing I want to say to you.
You're a dumbass.
Captain, I see no reason to stand here and be insulted.
It's clobbering time! Clobberanimo!
Groovy.
I just love clobbering time.